But one voice said, child, look again. You'll find the good if that's what you seek in men. He chose the light, turned pain into peace. A rebel transformed, his joy never ceased. Now everywhere he goes, hearts open wide. One smile at a time, hope multiplies. This is the smile that changed the world. A spark of love in every boy and girl. A universal truth, a soul set free. Smiles speak louder than words can be. So lift your head, let your joy unfurl. You've got the smile that can change the world. Ah. From DJ beats to global halls, he traded turntables for purpose calls. Books and wisdom, truth on the page, turning life lessons into light for the age. He gave up fame to stand for love, carried his mother with strength from above. Now he's an author, a builder of peace, a walking miracle that won't ever cease. This is the smile that changed the world. A spark of love in every boy and girl. A universal truth, a soul set free. Smiles speak louder than words can be. So lift your head, let your joy unfurl. You've got the smile that can change the world. Smiles, seeing miracles in life every second. Even in struggle, joy is the weapon. Peace is the mission, love is the key. If you're breathing, you've got purpose to be. This is the smile that changed the world. You carry the light, let it be unfurled. No title needed, no gold, no pearls. Just show your heart and change the world. Dr. Smiley walks where hope is hurled, reminding us all we can change the world. The next chapter will be great because I know the author.
The next chapter is great because we do know the author and the finisher of our faith.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, God evening, or God
Yes.
morning, God day, God day, God day, and welcome to this hour of Smile-A-Thon 2025. I am your hostess for the hour, Dr. Beth Goodman, also known as Dr. Sprinkles, the Kingdom Confidence Cultivator, and I am excited to be here with Miss Laveda England. Womp, 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 womp,
Yes,
womp.
ma'am.
Hi.
Sprinkles. Hey, I love it. I love
Hi.
it because when I think of that, it's like going into a room. I mean, you just, hey, it's all gone.
Absolutely.
It's done.
Absolutely. You know what I say? Everything is better with sprinkles on top.
Yes.
Everything is better with sprinkles on top. Some things better than others, but everything is better with sprinkles on top.
Yes,
So I've
ma'am.
had the opportunity to listen to you sharing and hosting the last 30 minutes or so. And wow, wow, wow. I can only imagine what speakers came before Joy. And what are some of your top takeaways from all the speakers that you've hosted this hour, the previous hour?
So the commonality, the top takeaway is that we all have a commonality. We all want to see all do well. We all
Mhm.
want to share love, share that smile. And, both of our brothers and our sister, Dr. Smile, Dr. Smile, Auntie Roz, and our big brother Ken,
Yes.
right? They have their acronyms for Smile. And
Mhm.
the one I came up with a few of them, but
Okay.
the one that empowers me tonight for all of us, for me, is sharing moments in love and empowerment. And that is what we all
Mm,
have been doing by some way.
I love
It's
that.
our story, but it all leads to the same path: joy, smiles, contentment, happiness, and wanting to share that.
I love that. And speaking of sharing, I was able to catch you in your personal summer. I was able to and listen, I was able to catch you in your personal summer. And I want to share a few tips with you since you didn't have the opportunity to have that, if it's okay, if you're open.
Yes,
And if we
ma'am.
have time, and for those of us that are listening, so I have been premenopausal. I've been in menopause for 18 years. Go
Mm-hmm.
figure. I've been premenopausal 18 years, as chemotherapy 18 years ago put me into menopause. So I have been going from Egypt to Alaska multiple times a day for 18 years. And my stance on it is I'd rather be hot above ground than cold beneath. And so
Okay.
here are three things that I have learned that are tricks and tidbits, particularly when we're speakers, our energy starts going and we go to Flash, we go to Egypt, we go to Curacao. So, first thing, as a man thinketh, so is he. Immediately, when it starts happening, imagine yourself walking on the white beaches of
Mm.
Jamaica. Because if you were in Jamaica walking on the white beaches, you'd be sweating from everywhere and you would not be concerned. You'd be drinking your rum punch with your little umbrella and you be saying, red, red wine. You'd be enjoying it, right?
Okay.
So when
Okay.
you put yourself in perspective, it's like, oh, I'm having a tropical moment. I'm on the white beaches in the aqua waters and the rum punch is rumming,
Mm. You don't say.
right?
Okay. I take it now.
Yes. Yes. And so when it's happening, you then don't, oh, that's one tidbit. The second one is to fill about 3 to 4 empty water bottles with tap water and freeze them.
Mm.
Keep them in your freezer and have them readily available. And at night, when you have your hot flash, if you work from home, if you're at home and you have your hot flash, take the frozen bottle and put it under your toes.
Okay. Okay.
Under your toes, and in 30 seconds, the hot flash subsides. Now,
Mm.
in the case that you have not frozen your water just yet, if you have frozen anything, just put it underneath there or put it here on your wrist, and your hot flash subsides in 30 to 45 seconds. At night, when you're sleeping, put it on your headboard. The ice is solid, so it's going to stay cold. When you have your
Mhm.
hot flash, kick that leg out, put it under there, and you're able to go right back to sleep with
Okay.
no problem. Thank me later
Okay.
and just don't call my name out too loudly and say, oh, sprinkles, oh, sprinkles, because it could get really crazy. Because when it happens, you are going to like, oh my gosh, it's happening, and it's not happening anymore.
Yeah.
So those are some of the things. And as a speaker, whenever you're speaking, have a glass of water, mostly ice and half filled with water. And as you're speaking and your energy starts coming up and your hot flashes and sweat starts trickling in places that we don't like to share publicly, take your
Mm-hmm.
cup and simply put it here and rest it on while you're talking. Have it in your hand and rest it against your wrist. And it's bringing down while you're talking. And they are clueless, but you are bringing down that hot flash and you're coming back from Egypt to Alaska and vice versa.
Beautiful.
Yes,
Beautiful. I love it. Thank you for sprinkling me.
you are welcome, my love. You are welcome. You are welcome. You are welcome.
Yes. Okay. I love it. I love it. Yeah. So the speakers were just, were awesome. I love
Yes, good, very
it.
good.
I know we're gonna transition out, and I don't know if I'm supposed to talk now or am I supposed to come back later.
Oh, oh, well, let's see. Um, I have you down for a certain time. However, I feel like we should be going and flowing because you're still here. And let's go and flow.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I am um, joy filled to be able to introduce to some and present to others Miss Laveda England. You have the floor.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me see. Some of the and I think I almost think Kim wanted me to close it out because I think you have me
Oh,
later, huh? Like the last speaker.
yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay, you're right. So,
Hmm.
so we're transitioning from hostess right now. Okay, I see that.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
Leland Holgate is up next. And if Leland is in the back, send Leland down. If not, whomever is next, Leland Holgate, David Gwynn, Minu Mohan, and Christina Blue.
I appreciate you.
Absolutely, my dear. See you shortly. Dino, come on down.
I'm here somewhere.
Da-da-da-da,
Dr. Vet.
yes, sir, Mr. Clean.
That's actually a different version. So in the last Smile-A-Thon, I did a parody of "Don't Worry, Keep Be Happy," but it was "Keep
Yes,
Smiling." But we couldn't
I
have
love
we
it.
couldn't have the music in the background and all that.
Don't
And since I've
worry,
already sung once, people have suffered enough.
keep smiling. Do, 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 do. Don't worry,
Oh,
keep smiling.
exactly.
We are excited to have you, Dino. Thank you for joining it. Thank you for um, sharing your gift with us. And without further ado, it's on you, Dino
It's on
Klein,
me,
aka Mr. Clean.
but also known for the Dino Show. So
Oh,
actually,
okay.
yeah. So the theme of the Dino Show when you after you play through the intro is it's like, are we having fun yet? Because that's it. That's the whole key to life is having fun.
Absolutely.
I heard some other the
Absolutely.
speakers. They have this deep knowledge and the neurological effect and the physical effect and all that. And I'm not that deep. I just know I just want to have fun. I want to be happy, and it's amazing what you can do with a smile. There's a lot you can
So
do with a smile. I mean, you think
I
about it.
beg
You
to,
walk into a room and there's a bunch of people and they're frowning like
mm,
that. I mean, it drops your energy away. But look at this. Watch this. It's contagious. You can't hold back, and you
absolutely.
can do whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. And like I can say, I want you to blank off and smile. And look at you, you're smiling. You don't get mad. You don't get mad. But so there's a lot about a smile. So first off, I want to thank Ken Roshan, Dr. Smiley, my dear friend for God, 15, 18 years, for asking me to join. When the first thing that I knew with Ken is before I even saw the Keep Smiling card, he was always smiling. It's amazing what you can do. You walk into a room and you're smiling, you can affect other people. Smiles are contagious. Let's start an epidemic. We can start an epidemic on a happy way. I kind of jokingly with my dentist, a smile is the most economical way to improve your looks. If you think about that, smiles are absolutely contagious. Smiles are powerful. When something negative happens, if you just smile, it changes everything, changes the direction, it changes everything about the whole situation. It's about attitudes. We say, I jokingly said, smiles are contagious. Let's start an epidemic. You think about it, you walk into a negative room and it can affect you, but if you overcome the darkness with your light, right? As people, sometimes, talking to people, they were, people, just, I say, look, I'm amazing. I'm brilliant. I'm wonderful. Now, that's not being arrogant. That's just owning my worth. I will not dim my light because I will not dim my brilliance for somebody else. If need be, I'll buy them some sunglasses. So what's really important, I mean, this Smile-A-Thon is incredible because so many of us get just so caught up in all the negativity. There's a lot of political strife. There's a lot of division. There's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of problems in the world. But you think about it, you go back to the original basis. As a kid, I kind of always joke, I'm a Toys R Us kid. I never want to grow up. I was looking at some apartments recently. That was me, Prometida, who is actually my new fiance in Cartagena, Colombia. And we were looking at places, and I said, well, where's the playground? I want to go play. I want to have fun. I want to just be a big kid. It's really important. Let's go back to that. I mean, we get so bogged down in our daily lives. We get so bogged down in what's going on. If you want to keep smiling, turn the news off. Turn the news off. I don't know the last time you've ever watched the news and we're just really happy. We're really, really excited. But watch a cartoon, have some fun, go outside, play. These are all the basic things. I don't have the upper intellect and the whole neurological processes like some of our guests and some of our hosts and what have you. But it's about having fun. It's about, and then how is it that, we talk about smiles. Smiles are free. Let's talk about some other things that are free where we can really affect society. A compliment. We can always find something positive about everyone. And it's amazing. A matter of fact, I want to challenge everyone here, challenge you to find the person that actually pisses you off the most and just find one inherent thing that's positive about them and watch what an effect. You can give somebody a compliment without being false and genuine or a sycophant or anything else, but find a compliment. Find a compliment and say it with a smile and watch their whole demeanor change. We think about the other things that we can do. We can say thank you, appreciation. Those of you that know Dr. Smiley, he always gives out a ton of appreciation. That's why so many people, are honored and blessed and really fortunate to and want to do more of his ethics. Like we did the Baldathon. That was last month, and we're getting ready for one in later October. But I got to wear this because this is part of the Dino show. But people, Ken is always just so gracious and so appreciative. It's again, miles are free, appreciation is free, compliments are free, your attitude is free. Hopefully, you had the positive attitude. If not, I was actually just talking to a good friend who's going through a tough time. And I just said, listen, actually, she was in the reverse mortgage industry. I said, I want you to get out of your current reality. I want you just to envision when life was perfect, when things were going well, when you were knocking down 20 deals a month and your biggest problem was keeping up with all the paperwork for all of the closings. So those are some other things that we can do to affect our lives and to affect other people's lives. If we just share with them, listen, you will become what you think about most. This isn't new information. In your reality, your subconscious can't tell the difference between something that actually happened and something that did happen. I'll give you an example. In my sales background, I was selling a product in home door to door. Now we were setting on preset appointments, so I wasn't knocking doors like Kirby vacuums or anything. But I got so good at whenever I had somebody that didn't purchase, I immediately thought about the last one where it went perfect. And I went in there. They warmed up with me. They offered me drinks. The presentation went perfect. They actually, while we were there, called up referrals because they wanted to share what I was sharing with them with their other friends. So, people buy from people they know, like, and trust, right? Well, so going back to, how we reframe those things is I got so good at if I did miss on an order, I immediately replayed that last perfect presentation. In our relationships, why is it that all of a sudden the toothpaste that gets uncapped on the counter is just so overwhelming that there's a big blow up? Again, I mean, it's not because of the toothpaste. It's because something happened. We replayed that negative thing. So let's flip the script. Let's replay the positive things. Let's only focus on the positives. How does that lead into the Smile-A-Thon? Well, I tell you what, when you start thinking about positive things, think about that fun experience. Think about when you're the happiest moment. You naturally are going to smile. You are going to be happy. So, in a relationship, think about all of those things that we do appreciate and let's vocalize those things. Um, let's eliminate the negative and focus on the positive. When we, one of my goals, and I'm not trying to be self-serving like I'm all wonderful and everything else, but one of my primary goals is whatever situation I'm in, whatever room I'm in, that room was better for me being there. And it's easy. It's really easy. I go in, I have fun. I find positive things with other people. I get interested in other people. So many people just brag about themselves. Listen to me. This is what I do. I am special. That's BS. If you want to make friends, I don't forget who said it, but you can make more friends in 2 minutes getting interested in other people than you can in 20 years trying to get people interested in you. I might have changed the numbers, but you get the concept. How is it that, when we get interested in other people, when people are out networking, matter of fact, I talked about that on the Baldathon. People are always talking about what they do, what they do. How can I serve you? How can I help you? How can I brighten your day? Is there something that you need in life? What is it that what is it I can do to help you? Whether it's a referral, whether it's helping you in your business, maybe it's solving a problem. And I don't have all the answers, but if you tell me what the problem is, I know somebody I can call. I mean, we all have enough friends. I mean, we're all positive people, right? We're all positive people. How is it that we want to, and I'm going to steal this from Brendan Burchard. He said, "Do you want to give into the situation? In other words, I'm going to just give into it. Oh my goodness, what am I going to do? I'm going to look at the situation, look for a solution. Am I going to give in to the situation?"
I love that. I love that, Mr. Clean. So many wonderful things. With your last, we shall start with, how can I serve you? That is so key to bringing smiles. How can I serve you? And when you come from a place of servitude, you can't help but smile. And you said eliminate the negative. Eliminate the negative. I completely concur, because when the negative is gone, all you have is positive. Then you said replay the positive and flip the script. Loving that, loving that, loving that, because replay is a choice. Just like on a cassette deck or anything on the video, on the Netflix or whatever, replay, going backwards, is a choice and a decision that we make. And so you empowering us, and then to say smiles are free, compliments are free, and kindness are free. You become what you think about most. And what you started out with, say it with a smile. When you say it with a smile, it immediately shifts the trajectory of anything. So I am so excited. I'm sorry.
Oh no,
Go
I just
ahead.
thought, and also appreciation is free, but I just thought of a fun story, a little fun story, true story. And I know we have another guest coming on, but it's
Okay.
like no matter what situation you're in, there's somebody worse. No matter what situation
Absolutely.
you're in, there's somebody better. And I remember, true story, there was one of the distributors, the company I work with, he came up to, he was down in Findlay, Ohio, and then he came up and he's at this stop sign, and then coming across the street is this man, and he's walking with his son, and his son's got these two crutches, like those hand crutches like that, because he had trouble with his legs. And then he looked over to him, true story. And he looked over to him, he said, "Man, can you imagine that? Having a son like that, and then what all you'd have to go through with life, how would it make you feel?" And he said, "Well, shit, I'd be happy. My son's in a wheelchair. He can at least kind of move around." And that
It's
wasn't a
all
joke,
about
it was a true
perspective.
story. So no matter where you're at,
Absolutely.
there's somebody better. So don't compare yourself with them. But there's also
Absolutely.
somebody that's in a worse situation. So be happy where you're at. If you got a pulse, you got a shot.
Yes, I agree. Be happy with where you're at. Where are you, so that we can support you and celebrate what you're doing? How can we connect with you? Share your information,
Connect.
please.
You can connect with the with the Dino show and the Dino and Dr. Smiley show. We've got a whole bunch of podcasts rolling out. The Dino show's gonna the team is putting out a great deal of content we've been creating over the last year or so between the American Film Convention, the red carpet events at the heart of Hollywood, the American Film Market. We've got the other American Film Market where we're doing the Rec Deck after party, and we're also got the big polo event coming through. So stay tuned, and you can connect through also through Dr. Smiley. But the team's got a whole bunch of stuff coming out. And I'm here in Phoenix,
so
Arizona. So if y'all are in town, come see me. We'll go out and get some sun.
I just left. I just got back from Phoenix. So is this the Dino show on Instagram, on Twitter?
My team's putting it all out there. So you'll have to get with that's NYC Agnew and then David as well. So and then that's the producer and the director. So yeah.
Okay,
So the Dino Show is going to
fantastic.
have a podcast,
Thank
but
you.
Dr. Smiley and I are doing podcasts, and then I'm just a guest on
Yes,
a lot of podcasts creating content. But I appreciate you being concerned about my
understood.
future. But when you're in Phoenix, you need to get a hold of me.
Next time I'm there, I will make sure that I do so. Thank you so
All right.
much, Dino Klein, aka Mr. Clean. Keep smiling.
Cheers.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm hopeful that you heard the wonderful gems that he shared with us and that they empowered you to bring your smile to the forefront. And we are having our next guest, Miss Minu Mohan. Excited to have her. Good evening, morning, God evening, God morning, wherever
Evening,
you are
late
in the
evening.
world. Yes, late evening. Hello and welcome to Smile-A-Thon. We're excited that you're here and we are ready to hear what you have to share with us. The mic is
Awesome.
yours. Welcome.
Well, I'd like to thank my friend Brian Arrington for inviting me. But I grew up in Thailand, the land of smiles. So in Thailand, a smile isn't optional. It's how you greet someone, it's how you handle tension, it's how you survive in our community. I mean, I grew up smiling all the time just because, that's what we were taught. A smile there doesn't always mean happiness. Sometimes it means respect. Sometimes it means forgiveness. Sometimes strength, but always it's a connection. When I moved to the US about 35 years ago, I noticed something very different. People didn't smile so much, sometimes not even at all. I felt like I was just in a sea of strangers. And it made me ask, what are we missing when we forget the power of a smile? Joy. For me, it's all isn't about grand gestures. It's not about balloons or confetti or a birthday cake. It's about being present in the moment. I bring joy when I sit across from a business owner who feels overwhelmed, drowning in work, and I help them see a clear path forward. I bring joy when I listen without judgment and help someone feel heard, maybe for the very first time that week or that year. I bring joy when I walk into a conversation with warmth instead of pressure, and instantly the energy shifts. This is also the heart of what I do in my business. I help founders and leaders take back their energy, cut wasted effort, and move faster. And every time I see someone go from stressed to relieved, their shoulders dropping, their voice lightening, and then comes the smile. And that is the joy I feel inside. And that's the moment I know joy is back in the room. Because people don't remember the perfect slide deck, they don't remember the perfect pitch, they don't even remember what you were wearing that day, but they do remember one thing: how you made them feel. And when you make them feel joy, it stays. For me, a smile isn't a decoration, it's communication. It says, I see you, You matter. When I give someone a smile, I'm saying, you belong here. You belong in my world. When I receive a smile, it reminds me to breathe, to trust, and to keep going. I've joined meetings, I've joined many, many, many meetings where the tension is so heavy, you could almost feel it through the screen, even on a Zoom call. Everyone's guarded, everyone is serious, nobody is smiling. And that one particular moment when I decide to smile, the tone shifts, someone smiles back, and the room feels human again. The tiny action changes the trajectory of the entire conversation. No contract, no strategy has that power, but a smile does. And it just isn't business. It's about my daily life. How many times has a stranger smiled lifted you? I was listening to a woman this morning who smiled at a woman who was so angry in a parking lot at Walmart. But she gave a smile, and that woman came up to her and said, "Oh my gosh, thank you for making my day." Can you imagine that stranger smiling at you and just uplifting you? That softens someone's day. And you know what? I'm here for it. A smile can be the shortest distance between two strangers or between two sides of a problem. I believe joy isn't optional, it's fuel. Life tests us, work drains us, stress weighs us down. But joy renews itself. The more you give, the more you'll receive. This is why I built my business. Not because I wanted to sell services, but because I wanted to restore energy and clarity to people who carry heavy loads. I see leaders and founders, CEOs weighed down. I see teams losing hope. And I know that when clarity comes back, when possibility comes back, joy comes back. And every time I witness that shift from heavy to light, from pressure to possibility, I see it in one undeniable way. They smile. And that one smile is the proof that something real has changed. So I ask you, what if we treat smile like a currency? What if every meeting, every call, every room we walk into, we invest one? The return is trust, connection, joy, and sometimes it saves someone's day. And at the end of the day, this is why I started my business. Not only to help leaders and teams gain clarity, but to create what I call a Smile-A-Thon. Because one smile is never alone. When a person smiles, their team smiles. When the team smiles, client smiles. When client smiles, the community smiles. That's ripple effect. And that chain of smiles is the outcome I live for every day of my life. And it starts with us, with you, with me right here. Don't underestimate your smile. It's the simplest way we change the world together. Thank you so much for having me.
Wow, 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 wow. Okay,
Dr.
there
Beth,
we
you're
go.
on mute. Yeah,
I'm here.
sorry.
So I'm here writing notes and writing notes, and I've got absorbed. Listen, I love all of what you shared with us, and I think you educated us all today by sharing with us that Thailand is the land of smiles.
Mhm.
I love that. I was today years old finding that out. So thank you for sharing that with those of us who didn't know. And then it becomes to be a part of your way of being. You've never not known not to smile. And when you shared that a smile equates to respect, forgiveness, never did I put the two together in the way that you did it. And it was just very powerful in getting to have that smile, respect, smile, forgiveness, all all of the different things.
Yes.
So much power behind that.
There's
And
so much
then you,
emotion. There's so much emotion
yes,
behind a smile.
yes,
Yes.
yes, so much. And then when you shared about your missing joy when you forget to smile, that just stood out for me. And it's so true that we do miss joy. I mean, not we as you and I, because we will put on a smile and the smile is our way of being, but we do miss the joy when we don't smile. So thank you
Hmm.
for sharing all of these things. Let's see, what else did I get? Um, bring joy without judgment. I love that. And then I think I got caught when you said your mic wasn't off and you stopped speaking. Thank you for having me. But you were absolutely amazing. And thank you for sharing. Thank you. Oh, we can do a heart. We can heart it up. We can heart it up. Thank you for sharing. And your smile is beautiful. How can
Thank
we
you.
connect with you? You are welcome. How can we
So,
connect with this?
my LinkedIn QR code is right there, and that's my
Okay.
website. But I'm also on Facebook. It's Minu Gupta, Gupta, my middle name, Mohan. Um,
Okay.
yeah, I love to connect with all of you and get inspired by all of you and hopefully pass the inspiration to our young generation as well.
I love that. Love that. Thank you so much, Minu. And we shall connect in the world of smiles. So
Awesome.
keep smiling, keep being amazing, and smile on.
Bye bye.
Hello, hello. We have our next guest, Christina Blue. It's me and you. Come on in, Christina Blue. It's me and you. How are
Yes,
you?
I'm
Welcome to
good. How are you?
Smile-A-Thon. I am
Thank you for
outstanding.
this.
Thank you kindly. Outstanding. Glad that you're here and excited to hear. Uh-oh. Okay, so it's Mike. Hi, Nolan.
Mika,
Hi, hi,
hi.
Nolan. Is that correct?
Mika Heinonen, hello. Good to see
Mika.
you.
Okay, wait. Let's wait a minute. Let's we get to get this right. We're not just gonna skip drive. We're gonna get this right. Mika Hinonen.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
That's right. Miko Hinonen. Welcome Mika. Thank you so much for being here. We are excited. Thank you for being patient with me in navigating through your name and excited to hear what it is that you have to share with us this evening/morning. The floor is yours. Welcome to Smile-A-Thon.
Thank you so much. I'm so delighted to be here, and thank you for this opportunity to share about Smile. Smile is actually very important to me. I don't know if it's a coincidence or something, but the Smile Day is always the first Friday of October, and this year it happens to be my birthday. So maybe I was just born on purpose on on the Smile Day, because Smile has always been part of my life. I don't know if you've heard the story of written by René Goscinny. He's a French author who made this cartoon about Asterix and Obelix. And Obelix is the guy, or the tribe that it lives in Gaul, France, where Asterix and Obelix live. It's like a place where Romans are trying to suppress them. It's like 50 years before Christ when this is happening, and they are having this magic potion that the druid is always making, so that actually they gain the superhuman strengths, so that they are able to beat the Romans and maintain their independence and freedom. And what happened to Obelix is funny thing, because actually when he was a child, he fell into the cauldron where the magic potion was made. So what happened to him is that he gained the superhuman powers without ever needing to drink the magic potion again. So I don't know if that happened to me, because people are always asking me like, why are you so positive? Like, why are you so happy? What is going on? Like, what is your secret? I'm sharing then the story of Obelix, and I believe that same thing happened to me. I don't know which cauldron I fell into, but I believe that is something that happened to me. Okay, but about smile, I think it's very simple what smile is, or smiling. I believe that to smile is to love. To smile is to love. It's very simple act of love. Like it's about opening our heart to give forward, to express the love that has been given to us and that we are giving forward to other people. And to me, that understanding came very beautifully. I started my intentional personal development growth in 2011 through when I joined a network marketing company. I got all excited about that. I was so all over it. I loved personal development, and what it led me my life was into spiritual growth. Which started in 2014 when I started taking different kind of spiritual healing classes and stuff like that, and that kind of expanded the understanding of the personal growth. So and actually finally it led kind of to a concept that is kind of nowadays called like quantum personal development in 2018, like 7 years ago, when I actually understood that why we are here, what we are here to do is to surrender to the divine love that is always given to us, that is always present in our lives. It just is. The grace and the love of God is always there for us. And when I started to understand that, I actually finally started to gain the proper understanding of what my true worth is. And that's the same for all of us. We are infinitely worthy because we are always worthy of God's love. It's always there for us. And, we cannot do anything to deserve it. It's always there. So that's kind of dilemma. But of course, what we are supposed to do is actually receive that love and give it forward. So that is what is kind of expected from us in this lifetime. And it's beautiful to understand that the presence of the love is always there for us. And that is actually something that when we understand that, it actually gives us the deep feeling of joy and happiness. And that's when it's very aligned for us to just express that. And when we are expressing that, it's natural that we are also smiling. It's all about like being first aware of it, becoming aware of that love, and then aligning with that love so that we are actually harmonizing our own being, and then acting on that feeling. And that actually is beautiful, because what it leads to, it leads to the life of abundance. And that is what is actually meant for us. And that's when our infinite worth is being present in the world and is giving as a gift for others. So that's how we all of us bring joy to the world. I love all things about leadership. I just love leadership. I'm a leadership coach also. So what leadership is about is helping, is first moving towards love. It's like moving closer to God. It's about releasing all the attachment, all the negative emotions, all the regretment, resentment, all the comparison, or any competition, all of that, just like releasing that, stripping all of that away, because beneath there we can find our own worth. And when we are able to act from our own infinite worth, that is actually when the true leadership is happening. So there's no agenda, no kind of attachment, nothing that is kind of distorting. And there's a song from a band called The Clash, and the song is called "I Fought the Law." And if you heard the song, you know that the song continues like, "I fought the law and the law won." And that's the case also for us, because there are universal laws that govern the universe and structure the universe, and they also structure everything that we live in. Like there's law of gravity, which is very, very known to us. If we jump, we come down, and there's law of electricity and law of magnetism, but there's also like emotional laws, like law of compassion and law of gratitude. There are many laws, and that's actually about the gratitude is a very big thing, because when we actually have this deep gratitude for God, which I mean, the grand overall designer of the universe, of everything. When we have this deep gratitude for my life, when I have this, like when I really experience it, that's actually what is giving me the ability to move forward, to take the action that is leading to the life that I'm supposed to live, and I'm able to have it more abundantly, which was actually Christ's wish for all of us. And what I've been learning, well, what I also share a lot about of a story is like the kids are the best teachers, and some of us just need a little bit more teachers to learn. And I have 5 kids, and what they have taught me is the greatest lessons about joy, because it's about being present in the moment. It's about being like curious and like just acting on your this deepest desires in your heart and what brings you joy, and just making things happen without hesitation, just through pure joy. And that's amazing lesson what I've learned while I've been living my life with my 5 kids. And I keep learning every day. I hope I I kind of had enough lessons, or I mean enough teachers, but I don't, you never know. I just have to keep learning. And what actually is the source of the inspiration for bringing the joy in life is actually the deep knowing and understanding of the deep pure love that is there always for me, and about and the ability to surrender to that love, to kind of allow that love come to me and through me, and the ability to actually to through my own prism, through my own unique being, to transform the world. I don't remember actually the name of the guy who was put in jail, like, and he wasn't actually guilty of the crime. But what he realized there is that if you have boiling water and you put a carrot, like a carrot there, and you let it boil there, it turns into like very soft, like mash. It's like it becomes mash because of the environment. So from hard to soft. And if you think about it, if you put an egg, it's soft in the beginning, but if you put it into boiling water, it turns out hard. So the environment affects all of us. That's apparent. But what about this? If you put a coffee bean into the boiling water, what happens is that it actually turns the water into coffee, which is one of the most wanted drink in the world. So that's amazing. That's what it means to be surrendering to love. It's about surrendering to be who you are, to be able to transform the world into what God wants it to be through you. So that's amazing.
It is. Thank you so much, Mika. Allowing love to come to you through you, having a deep knowledge and surrender. Your kids teaching you the greatest lessons of joy. And you mentioned several laws. And I think today we all get to put into law officially the law of smiling.
Wow.
And we get to put that officially, the law of smiling. And we are all deputized in this moment right now to the law is to smile. And God's grace and his love are always there. Therefore, smiling gets to be the law. It gets to be the law. So this is just so many powerful things. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for giving us the gift on your birthday. But it's all deserving that we celebrate you. We celebrate your smile. And we want to be able to celebrate where you are. So share with us how we can connect with you and what you have going on so that we can follow you and support you.
Yeah, the best way is actually to connect to me is through leadme.coach. So that's about my page in You to Shine. So please be welcome to connect me through that. That's the best way to connect me with us.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Keep smiling. Keep learning the best lessons of joy from your children and enjoy your birthday. And don't forget, you are now deputized with the law to smile.
Thank you. Much love.
All right.
Love you all.
Take care. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And now we have up next Miss Christina Blue. It's me and you. Hello and welcome back.
Hi. Thank you. I love Dr. Sprinkles. I love it.
Thank you. It's like I haven't seen you before. I mean, I'm having a deja vu. I'm having a deja blue. Ooh, having a deja blue, a deja blue. So with all of that being said, Christina, welcome, welcome, welcome. And the floor is yours.
Well, Dr. Breath, thank you so much. First of all, I just want to say thank you to Brian Arrington. Thank you to Ken and Dr. Smiley. It's so amazing that, am I still on? That you're here. And I
Yes,
was
you're
invited.
there.
Okay, cool. That I was invited to this wonderful event when I first saw it very late last night around midnight. I normally don't do this, but it was just like, why not? For smiles and for joy. So I'm just so grateful to be invited. So a little bit, I'm Christina Blue. Again, thank you to everyone who's here and invited me. I'm so honored to be here with you today as part of this incredible Smile-A-Thon. Before I share my story, I want to say thank you to this community, because to me, this isn't just about speaking, it's about serving and about creating a ripple effect of joy that can outlast each of us. I was born into a Vietnamese family, raised with a cultural value that has guided every part of my life, and it's called Phước Lộc. In Vietnamese, Phước Lộc is the belief that when we do good deeds, when we lift others, when we choose kindness again and again, we are not just creating joy in the present moment. We are storing up blessings, protection, guidance, and prosperity, not only for ourselves, but for our children and for the generations after us. Um, I think my grandfather was very big on doing great deeds and Phước Lộc, and then my dad did all of the same good deeds so that he can really pass it on to his great grandkids. So we live for the generations, ahead. So Phước Lộc, in the belief that you just want to keep serving and doing this good deed so that the future generations get to enjoy all of that goodness that you've given out to the world to care for others. So when I think about smiles, this is exactly what I see. Every smile is a little act of Phước Lộc. It is a seed of goodness that travels far beyond what we can measure. You may smile at someone once, but that person may carry it forward and it becomes part of their journey and maybe their children's story as well. So that is why I always say I'm a mother first. My greatest joy is in raising children who know they are deeply loved, who knows that kindness matters, and who understands that they have power to shape the world with their choices. Thanks for letting me share my notes today. Um, Being a mom is where I've learned my most important lessons. It has taught me patience, humility, and the truth that the most valuable investment we ever make is in people, not in stocks, not in businesses, but in the hearts of our children and our communities. So, of course, I'm also an entrepreneur and an investor, but I don't see business as just another, like just numbers and deals. For me, entrepreneurship is another form of service. It's a way to solve problems, to give families more time, to create tools that empower people instead of overwhelming them. Whether it's building AI solutions for small businesses and moms, supporting startups that create opportunity, or advising others how to use technology responsibly. I bring the same value of Phước Lộc into my work. Because if business doesn't uplift them, what is the point? So tonight, I just want to leave you with this thought. Every smile, every small kindness, every good deed is bigger than it looks. You may think it ends with you, but it doesn't. You're building a legacy of joy. You're storing up blessings that your children and even their children will one day inherit. And that's the power of Phước Lộc. That is the power of community. And, the power of just one single smile. And thank you for letting me share my story. And may we all continue to multiply smiles together. I just love this event. I want to thank just Dr. Smiley again for putting together something so incredible in the next 24 hours and just letting us shed more love and more light and more smiles to the world.
I love that. Yes, yes, yes. Foot loud. Foot loud.
Cloud.
I
Excellent.
love that. Choosing kindness. Keep doing good deeds. Kindness matters. And motherhood teaching you your most lessons. And it's the best investment in the heart. Powerful, powerful, powerful. And every small deed is bigger than you. What wonderfulness that you shared with us. Your kindness and extending all of those things with us have made us all better, Christina. And we want to be able to help make you better by celebrating you and acknowledging with what you have going on. So how can we do that?
Oh my God, that's so generous. Oh, sorry, is it my, I'm really sorry. My tonight has been not the great reception, which I have full an internet and Wi-Fi. But Dr. Beth, it's just I left corporate and took about a 12 to 15 years being a full-time mom, but during that time also launched my business. So trying to balance the mother side and launching a business. And so I think when I was going through this process, like I find myself just so relating back to the role of a mother. Like I relate to that first. And so now trying to leave out of that space and being able to just move into this current career with advising team, it's really like been so wonderful to just have both. Like we can do it. We're able to balance both. So
I love that. Wonderful. And how can we follow you on social media, your website, those types of things? How can we support you there?
I love that. So AIadvisoryteam.ai is the website, and then my LinkedIn is there. Please connect and say hi. I love our community, and I hope to meet many more of you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And keep smiling. Keep
You
learning the
too.
lessons and keep sowing the seeds that will come to harvest in the amazing children that we are raising. Because, ooh, I'm just getting a download. We lead with the legacy, and our legacy is our smile.
Oh my gosh, I love that. Thank you,
That was
Dr.
a download. That was a download. That was an in the moment download.
Yes, yes, yes.
So that was a real time sprinkle of that was like
Mm.
wow. Okay. So thank you so much. And oh, uh, we are going to our next guest and we shall connect soon. Good evening. And we have a next Derek Unstoppable. Mr. Unstoppable, Derek Hodges. Hello, Derek Bowles. I'm
Yes.
reading too fast. Hello, Derek. We're glad that you were able to join us. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You're in
Oh, I'm
here
just
and no, go ahead.
no, I'm just excited to be here, just so you know. I'm so excited for so many reasons. And so I'm honored that you're taking time for us to have a conversation more than anything. And I do love your smile. It's beautiful. I want to make sure I tell you that. It's gorgeous.
Thank you
Yeah, there you
kindly,
go.
sir.
There you
Thank you.
go.
Thank you. Thank you kindly. I do what I can on a Saturday morning.
Right, right.
And so we're welcome and we are ready. The floor is yours.
Well, I'm just excited more than anything to have this opportunity. You know, we are in a unique time in our world right now, and one of the things people don't understand is, you know, our energy, how we carry ourselves, how we communicate, how we talk, and how we speak speaks a lot to our character and who we are. And so, one of the things that I love is I'm always smiling. I'm always smiling, and I'm smiling primarily because You know, I spent time playing professional basketball overseas, Taipei, Taiwan, Japan, Australia. And when you go into different countries, your smile says a lot, and you don't even have to do anything because your smile will tell the story. So
Wow.
let me give you, what's that?
You paused as and I didn't want it to be a prolonged pause. I was like, wow, that is powerful. That is so powerful that you said that. And so we want to hear more.
Well, probably the biggest thing is, you know, I just believe we're in a time where, especially our young people are so engaged and so aware and so educated on what's happening. And so, how we show up and how we take care of each other and how we love on each other and how we communicate with each other really teaches our young people how to move forward. And so, I think we need to be doing and be very intentional is the word I would like to use on how we show up for our next generation of leaders because they're watching everything that we do. And I think a lot of times, if they see us being upset or angry or carrying frustration, then that's what they're going to mimic. And we have to find ways to literally get them to stop mimicking what they're seeing and start following what we need to be doing, which is smiling at each other. So I think that's super important. I think that's what the future needs more than anything is to start loving with one another.
And with that being said, us showing up for them and showing up with a smile, how does that guide them?
You know, it's interesting that you say that because a lot of it is based on what they're able to see and observe. You know, people don't realize it's not what people say, it's what your body says without you saying a word. And people don't understand, like, our bodies communicate at such a high level. And so for me, you know, I have always not listened to what people say. I look at what they do. I think what they do speaks tons. And so, two things I want to say, because I want to give a little plug to what I'm doing. So, I'm getting ready to go into high schools across the country. This is my book. It's called The Courage to Lead. And The Courage to Lead is a book that I wrote in 2012. I wrote it primarily for the next generation. And what it talks about is some simple concepts. It's called the 5 C's of leadership. And I'm going to give them to you really quick: compassion, character, critical thinking, common sense, and courage. And you know, I speak about this all the time. And if you don't have that last one, which is courage, the rest of them won't be relevant. You got to have courage to step into that space. And I think being able to highlight for our young people what that looks like and teach them by how we show up and how we show up every day will be a great example. And so I think this will provide us a little bit of direction in a time right now where what we really need is direction, to be very transparent. We're in a time where we need more direction than anything.
I love that. I love that. And those 5 C's, I got compassion, character, critical thinking, courage, and I missed, I think, the first one.
It was common sense. Common sense.
Common sense. That's something
Yep.
that is so necessary, as you have stated. And common sense combined with a smile is able to touch the generation that you are speaking of,
You
because they
know,
have gotten so guarded with everything that's happened and all the other outside influences that that level of common sense that we expect is not there. And so we have to approach it with a smile.
well, and I love what you just said because I think sometimes we have become so guarded and we're so protective of our own personal emotions and how we're feeling and what's wrong with us. And sometimes we forget that the best way to build relationships and to expand and grow is just not being so selfish and then think about other people. And so people don't want to talk about that because it's very uncomfortable. But the truth is, if you would not be so focused on who you are and your own self-interest and spend time on trying to serve other people and make sure that their experience is profound and
Yeah,
exceptional, it changes how we move with each other. And people don't
absolutely.
understand, like I said, I played overseas. I was in Taipei, Taiwan for 6 months. I didn't speak Taiwanese. And so I always used to say to myself, how can I build relationships even though I don't speak the language? And you know what I used to do? I would just go outside and smile. And when I would smile, people were just drawn to me. I'm
Yes.
6'5". I'm big as a house. So they were like,
Oh,
who is this dude? But then they would come over just to see what was going on because I didn't have to say anything. My energy had already spoken before me saying a word. And so I think sometimes we
I
get
love
confused
that.
on what's really important. Yes, it's truth.
That is
It's true.
so powerful. That is so powerful. And to continue on with that power, how can we follow you, support you, engage with you? What are your social
Yeah,
media platforms and connection? How can we find you?
I love that. So first, this is my name, Unstoppable. You can see it. So two things. If you want to connect with me, go to Instagram, TikTok, any social media, and it's gonna be under Unstoppable. A lot of stuff that I do is, even like right now, I just flew in from Detroit. I'm at the hotel right now. I speak in the morning at an event. I have the opening keynote, and I'm gonna talk about stuff that's relevant right now that people are facing. And one of the things that I think people don't understand is we're in a time right now where our mental health and our self-care is questionable. So
Absolutely.
leveraging the Unstoppable brand really becomes an opportunity for people to really realize that you just have to think about how your mindset is moving so you can navigate the challenges that exist. And they do exist, unfortunately. They exist right now.
Wonderful. Well, we are championing you forward tomorrow. Speak well.
Thank you.
May you
Thank you.
impact. May your smile fill the room. And I think I'm giving you a new language of, and then this is in no formal fashion of offense to anyone, but I think we've got the new law to smile, and we're creating a new language, and that is Smile-A-Thon.
Yes,
Our new
absolutely.
language is Smile-A-Thon. So thank you for being here. We are excited. We are grateful. Champion forward tomorrow and impact the world and keep smiling.
Thank you. Thank you. And I will
My
keep
pleasure.
smiling.
Yes, sir. All right, all right, all right. We are ready for our next guest. Miss England, we are ready. Oh, no. David. Okay, David. Oh, David. Hello, David.
Hello,
How
how are
are
you?
you? Amazing. Good to see you. Good to see you. And you come in with a smile. So we're already connected. We are already connected. Without further ado, it is on you.
Fantastic. So, I think the topic here tonight is how we help people smile and live better lives. Well, the reason why I got into business in the first place, and the reason why I have persisted in this career of over 30 plus years, has basically been the fact that I enjoy helping people. I enjoy helping people get what they want out of life by helping facilitate the types of things that, give them joy, give them happiness, give them, the juice in life. And whether that be helping to take people's companies public, which I've done 3 times now, whether it's help coach youth sports, which I've done numerous times for teams that my son and daughter played on, as well as teams that they didn't play on. I enjoy helping people move to the next stage in life that they feel like that they want to go, because we're all in this together. And my attitude about this is at the end of the day, we're not here for a long time, but what time we are here for are things that is something that we should not only cherish and appreciate because it is finite, but at the same time is something to where for us to live a fulfilling life, I think that happens from actually giving to people first. And I think that that's one of the things that at least in the course of my life experience has been something that has given me a great deal of joy, whether that be in the roles that I've just talked about, but also in things aiding in your community, whether it be through participation in social benefit programs like I've participated in on board positions with the American Red Cross, or with organizations helping underprivileged kids, or the Foundation for Blind Children. I've also helped with participating in board positions where we were working with helping to prevent issues relating to child abuse. I've also helped with being a volunteer when I used to live in Phoenix, Arizona, for being a part of the Citizens Police Academy in Phoenix to help make the community a safer and more a more livable type of occurrence for everybody. So at the end of the day, I think we get a lot more out of life from giving than we do from simply looking to take from things all the time. And so the thing the thing that I think that I've gained from all of this is the creative act, whether it be something that you're doing, whether you're practicing something in the arts or music, or even when you're or dance, or things along those lines, having the ability to really express yourself in the community, in the areas that you feel you have your own talents that you can contribute in. These are things that I think bring me joy, and I think also bring joy to the lives of the people that I come in contact with. Nowadays, I work extensively in the world of AI. So I do AI consulting all over the world for organizations predominantly focused on issues relating to physical AI, which are things like not only robotics, but also remote sensors, looking for things like aquifers or precious metals, or rare earth metals, or things relating to helping repairing the infrastructure, things like drones that monitor structural deficiencies or risks involving bridges and roads and structures. Also working with organizations in other fields like healthcare to help people with issues relating to their access to healthcare, predominantly in rural areas, as well as issues relating to helping law firms compete for business in markets that they may not be as competitive in. Also working with construction companies to help make them more competitive in issues relating to compliance reducing the risk that they're incurring in terms of working with state and national regulatory requirements to be operating as construction companies or engineering firms. So there's a tremendous amount of opportunity, and I think that we're kind of at the very beginning of what I would describe as the second industrial revolution. I'm really excited about the opportunities that are in front of all of us to be much more capable than we've ever been before. And the thing that I think is also happening is that with all the great new technological developments, as long as people pay attention to what is occurring out there, I think the opportunities are absolutely unlimited. The thing that I think has been really kind of helpful for me and for the people that I love and care about, and know what they're looking to try to do, is to help educate them in terms of how to become more capable and how to become more aligned to the new capabilities in terms of AI, because I don't think AI is necessarily going to replace people or replace workers. I think what will be an impact is the people that know how to use AI. Those are the ones that might be in a position to replace somebody that doesn't know how to use AI in a particular capacity. So I would encourage people to really pay attention to the developments that are happening in terms of the AI sphere, because if you do become acquainted with what is happening in terms of how all these AI tools and techniques and strategies can impact your own life, I think that the opportunities are absolutely unlimited. They'll be entirely new positions, entirely new jobs, entirely new industries. They're going to be arising in the next few years simply because of the fact that the technology is evolving so quickly. So the last time we saw this happen was when the internet really started to take off, and all of a sudden there was entirely new, areas of development, and we saw the growth of cell phones that came out of the growth of internet technology, and then on top of that, we saw the growth of things like browsers and e-commerce. And remember when Amazon first came out, how Amazon was kind of like the joke among people? I don't think people joke about Amazon anymore. I mean, it's a huge competitor. To basically any business. Also, the growth of companies like Costco has been a huge development to help people save money when they want to buy, goods and services in quantity that you get from being a part of being a part of the Costco network. So I'm really excited about the opportunities that we have as not only as consumers, but as a country, as a planet, as a species. I think that we have tremendous opportunities that we've never seen happen before. And so I'm really excited to have the opportunity to bring that joy to more people going forward.
I love that. I love that. I love that. I love that. And that is engaging to helping people. You
Right.
mentioned connecting through community. When you connect through community, it
Mhm.
starts with a smile. You can't go into a community without first being open and warm. And
Exactly.
now you speaking about AI and what it has the capabilities of doing, and that some people are so fearful of the unknown, and you have to introduce it and share it with
Right.
a smile,
Right.
leading with a smile so that they can be open.
Right.
So, David, this is absolutely gems. People that know how to use AI have unlimited opportunities. And
Right.
I will say this in conjunction with that: people that know how to use their smiles have unlimited opportunities. And so,
Absolutely. Amen to that.
opportunity can we have to connect with you and support you on social media?
Well, if people would like to get in contact with me, I'd love to be helpful any way I can. I'm available on Facebook. On my LinkedIn profile is under David W. Gwynn. That's GWYNN is at the end of the LinkedIn tag. I also publish a complimentary newsletter that I think people might want to take advantage of, that really talks about areas of current interest in terms of the field. I've also been, in investment banking and venture capital for over 30 years and helped to take several companies public. And I can also tell you that in terms of, this particular period of time right now, is well-selected investments, in my personal opinion. I'm not giving investment advice here, but well-selected investments right now, I think will make people more money in the next 3 to 5 years than at any time in human history. So I think that there is a massive opportunity. And I'm not saying that necessarily things are going to go up in a straight line, but because they won't. But if people are patient and hold high quality issues that take advantage of what's going on in terms of the AI sphere, it is going to be astounding how rapidly those investments will perform, in my opinion. So,
Outstanding. Fantastic. Thank you so much, David. Keep smiling,
absolutely, you
keep
too.
smiling,
Absolutely.
and
It's been
keep
a pleasure.
connecting with the community and expanding the world and exposing the world to AI.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. Have a wonderful
My
evening.
pleasure. You as
You bet.
well.
You bet.
All right. And our next guest up, let me look and see. Check, 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 check. Is Miss Laveda England. Come on in the room. Have you been enjoying yourselves or what? have you. I mean, at this point in time, we should all need a face massage because we have been just smiling the entire time. Every presenter, every speaker, just listening brings the joy and brings a smile. So let's just take a brief little ooh. Hello, and there she is. Hello, Miss England. Welcome.
Hello,
You
sweetheart.
are up. Hello, darling, and we are ready for you. The floor is yours, my dear.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, y'all. Look it. We done held on in there for the day. So listen, I'm not gonna come off the top of the head. I could, but I'm not. I decided not to. It's a choice. It's a choice to smile. It's a choice, right? So listen, what's behind a smile? That's what I want to talk about. Smiles are universal. They cross cultures, languages, and generations, as most of us have said that today. But not every smile means the same thing. Tonight, we're not just talking about smiling. We're talking about the power, the truth, and the intention behind a smile. Now, there's three things I want to point out, right? You have the layer behind a smile, the power of shared smiles, and what truly makes me smile. So, what's behind a smile? A smile can be an expression of joy, but it can also hide pain, fear, and even harmful intentions. Ask yourself, what are you wearing behind your smile? Is it confidence or is it a mask? Many smiles mean good, kindness, encouragement, and connection, which we're doing here tonight. These are the smiles that light up a room and makes us feel seen. Yet, we also need to be aware of the smiles that don't come from a place of love. Not every smile is a reflection of truth. Some smiles can distract, mislead, and even harm. That's why discernment is so important. Behind every smile is a story, and it's up to us to look deeper to recognize authenticity, and to celebrate those who are truly smiling from the heart, which I believe we have all done here tonight. The power of shared smiles. Now, tonight we experience the beauty of authentic smiles. We experience smile, sharing moments in love and empowerment. These are the kind of smiles that heal, that encourage, that restores. The kind of smiles that bring women together, men, bring families together, and bring communities together, which we are creating here, which connection, connective kin, our brother have done for this community right here. A real smile doesn't just belong to you. It multiplies joy and invites others into belonging. It creates safety, it creates hope, it creates the kind of empowerment that cannot be faked. When we smile world smiles, we create spaces of healing and transformation that the power up a community, that sincerely powers up a community. What truly makes me smile? And finally, this is what truly makes me smile. What makes me smile is seeing women, mothers, and young ladies embody their passion, their power, and their purpose. It's seeing them walk into every room, not shrinking back, but showing up boldly as a VIP, valuable, important, and purposeful. That is what fills me with joy, knowing that when women step into their truth, when they embrace their worth, their smile becomes unstoppable. A real smile is not just on the face, it radiates from our heart, from knowing who you are and boldly walking in it. Behind every authentic smile is a story, a purpose, and a light. So tonight, as we leave, ask yourself, what am I really wearing behind my smile? And let me tell you this. On November 15th, because my brother Ken said I could share it, y'all probably can't see it, but on November 15th, at our She's Worthy event, we are going to experience so many of these authentic smiles. The kind that comes from healing, from empowerment, and from walking boldly in your worth. That celebration will not only put smiles on faces, it will put smiles in hearts. And that is what changes the world. Is your smile changing the world? Is your smile changing the community? And that community could be right in your own home. How are we treating and how are we smiling to those that are closest to us? Are we saving the real smile for when we go out in public, but at home, we're not really giving that real smile? I'm hoping we are, because community starts right at home. It's important that our smiles, let me see what I had besides sharing moments in love and empowerment. The other one I had was serving my inner light every day, and support mothers, inspire ladies everywhere. Now, listen, I support men as well. But I think it's really, really important that we as women know that we are supported. We are empowered, we are loved, and we are really the nurturers of our community. And oftentimes when we're not smiling, we may be crying because we're crying for nations. We don't just cry for our own household. So I have had a pleasure of listening and hearing out everybody here today. And just know that as long as you're smiling, you're going to make somebody else smile too.
I love that. I literally started writing and was like this and listening and smiling, that I completely got absorbed and just completely drawn into all of what you have shared, that I it became personal. It became personal. Therefore, I didn't have to take notes. So I hear what you're saying. I acknowledge everything that you said. And you are so correct that it is so very important that we connect with our smiles, and that our smiles, you said, is it confidence or a cover up? That just hit home. And for all of us, we get to really sit with that. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Laveda. England, tell us how we can connect with you further, and we're excited to know more about what you have going on. And congratulations on stepping forward in your vision.
Thank you. I want to say glory to God. So one of the best ways to connect with me right now is through my author, MsEngland.com/home, and Ms. is spelled MSZ, because so many people be sleeping on me, they don't even know the wisdom God has given me. So that's where that Ms.
Time to wake them up. I love it. Wonderful, wonderful. Hey, Dr.
Ms.
Smile,
England,
you've joined us.
I know. I got up
Bro.
I got up for you guys. I got up. I mean, we've been going since 8:45 a.m. yesterday. So I just want to say thank you. And by the way, Ms. England, I love the way that little red puff comes in and out, like alert. I got something to say. Alert. My brain is working. Alert. Look down here. I got a smile. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm gonna get one of those things. I don't know how you make that thing go on and off, but man, it's beautiful.
Because it kind of matches my orange background. Because
I know.
orange, so it just goes disappearing in the orange.
But
you so silly.
Yeah, no, we had I think we have roughly 100 speakers. If we don't, we have 100 total or more. I don't know. We might have. I'm getting up for a couple reasons. One is to say thank you. The other one is to say, wow. And the third is we might have Australia join us soon. Do you know that, right? I mean, it's possible. So we're either turning off the night and we're going to get back up at 6, which I'm going back to bed, or I'm up to say good night to you and good morning to Australia, and then I'm going back to bed. So either way, I'm going. But you look wonderful, both of you. What makes you most beautiful? So how was it? How was the power hour? Did you love your guests? Did you love your speakers?
I did. I
I think
did. I did.
we are looking at the first thing that happened, which was the National Smile, which was I think it was 56 or 60 that talked 100 spots. And then this time we have over 100 speakers, 128 if they all show up. But wow, it's growing, it's growing, it's growing. So I think March, May of 30th, we are possibly doing this in Australia, that we've been invited to go around the world. So pretty cool.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Well,
That's what's up.
congratulations to you. You helped build it and you're part of it. And I think there's a lot of people that have really waken up, that they're reminded that this journey called life, you can adopt a smile, you can choose a smile, you can be grateful for a smile, but most importantly, there are people that need it. And so give a smile to yourself, give it to the people that need it. So we're going to see if I'm going to just see if I can get a hold of Scott Carson. I'll show you who he is, just so if he's able to join us. He obviously, they have a much different time zone than we have.
Thank
So,
you,
wow.
Dr. Sprinkle.
Yeah, Dr.
You're
Sprinkles
welcome.
bringing it.
I have a question. Am I sharing mine or no?
Yes, you are.
No?
Yeah, you haven't
I'm in?
shared yours yet?
Oh, there we go. I be having the hardest time doing that sometimes.
Yeah, why is it having a hard time? Because I got to go the other time. And then there's this one too. I don't know if it's going to do it, but it's where the laser beams come off.
Yeah.
I was at the Ice Cube concert with my sister, and they had this going on.
Yeah.
What's that? West
I don't
Side?
know.
We're gonna say, what is
I mean, if you go
that?
it's funny if you go like this, obviously the thumbs go up, but I guess I have mine turned
Oh,
off today.
all is well.
Let me see if, all right, so you want to see who might be joining us? If he doesn't, we'll just shut it down.
They're representing the West Coast, Dr.
There.
Sprinkle. That's what they.
I got West Side.
There's good old Australia, Scott
Love it.
Carson. And I'm going to go ahead and message him.
Ooh.
Good day. Let me see. Good day, mate. That's how you do. That's how you do it. And
Good
this
day,
is
mate.
this is Down Under. And he has got a smile shirt on at all times. And he has a great story. So he wears yellow. There's his socks, his smile socks. And there's his socks. Yeah, the business of smiles. So he chose this. He chose this because he lost his wife in a very bad accident right in front of him. So a car accident. So he chose, instead of being depressed for the rest of his life, not giving his son a great life, that he would do this for his son, to choose smiles.
Beautiful.
So I'm seeing if he's going to join us, and if he isn't, well, gosh doggone, then we are going to say goodnight to the world as it is and come back in about 4 hours. How are you doing, Dr. Sprinkles? Hey, Levada. How are things over in California?
I am doing amazing, Dr. Smiley. Doing absolutely
Now, did you get to speak?
amazing.
You got to share about smiles, right?
No, not yet. Not
Well,
yet.
then I think it's your turn. It's your turn.
Oh,
So
okay.
you are on the stage. I'm going to leave you and let you share with the world how you bring smiles and why they're so important.
Okay. Well, let's do this. Let's done this. Get it done. Good evening. Good morning. God day to you, wherever you are, near and far. Excited to be here, Dr. Beth Goodman, also known as Dr. Sprinkles, the Kingdom Confidence Cultivator, and I'm excited for the opportunity to be here today at Smile-A-Thon. Hey, extraordinary person. It is an honor to serve you today, and being surrounded by so many wonderful and amazing people that have shared the power of what a smile is.
So, Dr. Sprinkles, I apologize.
Yes.
I want to give you the complete floor. We have an intrusion from down under, and I want to welcome into the world and into the podcast. So, Dr. Sprinkles,
yes.
Dr. Sprinkles is our last United States until 6 a.m., and then the floor is yours. So you have the option to enter backstage, Scott, and then after Dr. Sprinkles is done, you come aboard from down under, and the show is yours. So we're going to talk backstage real quick, get the plan together. But Dr. Sprinkles, sorry to interrupt. I want to make sure that you had the floor.
No worries. Right? No worries or concerns. And we were here. So tonight I want to sprinkle a little joy, because the joy is the gift that we all get to carry and freely share. The joy of the Lord is our strength, and we get to express it through the strength, the vibrance, and the example of our smile. By showing the times of what a cheerful heart is, we get to be the light on the hill that cannot easily be hidden through our smile. Because whether you realize it or not, a cheerful heart is good medicine, but a broken spirit saps a person's strength. And that's reflective in our smiles. You can find a cheerful heart in your smile and your giving strength, and you can also zap it by not having a smile. Understand and know this: a smile is holy medicine, both for the giver and the receiver. And it's important that you remember that. I believe joy isn't something you wait to feel. It's something you choose to give. You get to give joy. When someone sees your smile, they should immediately become electrified. Your smile, your energy should be contagious simply through the experience of your smile. For me, I bring joy by being intentional, by speaking life into others, sprinkling encouragement, and showing up in the highest form and greatest form of faith being filled in my heart to say that you matter. Sometimes joy looks like laughter that breaks tension in a room. I've been known to sprinkle a joke or two and simply crack the code of boring mode. Yes, I'm known for cracking the code of boring mode with a sprinkle. Sometimes it's a simple, I believe in you. And sometimes it's choosing to radiate light, because it is a choice and a decision that we get to make, to smile or not to smile. That is the true question. And when life came at you, when life comes at me and tries to dim it, we have to remember that our smile is joy, and that those who look to God for help will be the radiant ones with joy, and that no shadow of shame will darken your face. And so when I say no shadow of shame will darken your face, that empowers you with your smile to glow. Because when God's joy fills us, it radiates. When God's joy fills us, it radiates and could ever enhance, that no makeup could ever cover up. It simply creates through natural being. A smile is the most powerful way, yet underrated gifts that we have to connect and communicate with people. It costs nothing, yet its value is immeasurable. Hear that. Your smile, its value, its value is immeasurable. I cannot measure the power of what your smile does for others. You can't measure the power of what my smile does for others. It's immeasurable because of the value that it possesses. And when I smile at others, I see it as planting a seed, one that may bloom into hope, one that may bloom into courage, or simply lighten up someone's day, giving them the opportunity to step away from whatever they may be experiencing just to be in a moment of simple joy. What inspires me the most is people who choose to rise when life tries to knock them down. It inspires resilience, the strength to turn pain into purpose and trials into triumphs. And you can only do that with your smile. I'm inspired right now by this very room. Our mouths have said it all tonight. They've been filled with laughter. Our tongues have been filled with songs of joy and our words. And then it is said that among nations, the Lord has done great things for each of us. And that's why our smiles are a testimony. Our smiles are the proof that God has done great things in all of our lives, and that God continues to do great things in all of our lives. That's why it's so significant that you smile, you share the joy. So tonight, from the bottom of my heart, and my invitation to you is to always smile. And may the joy of the Lord forever be your strength. May your smile bring brightness into darkness. May your smile guide others and lead them into a new state of natural being, and that is to smile. Sprinkles. I'm done.
Well, Dr. Sprinkles, you saw that we have Australia knocking on the door, and
Yes.
I am so happy that you could finish for the U.S. They're inspired. They're ready to come
Yes.
in and speak for an
Oh.
hour about how they smile down under.
Yes, and you can connect with me on social media at I am Dr. Sprinkles everywhere. I am drsprinkles.com on Instagram, Everyday Living with Sprinkles on YouTube. I am Dr. Sprinkles on Facebook, Beth Sprinkles Goodman, all of those things. Thank you for the opportunity. Yes, Dr. Smiley. Welcome
so
down
glad
under.
I know. Come on in, guys. We're gonna pass the baton to you right now. Come on in, guys.
Yes,
Hit the enter the webinar. It's the bottom right. Come on in, guys. All of you. There we go. There we go.
Boy, there we go.
I mean, they're coming in fast.
Hello.
And where's our third gentleman?
There he is.
Oh, there he is.
Have
Come on,
we
Al.
got him?
Yeah,
Yeah, we got Al. Come on in, Al.
So it's a long walk from Australia.
It is.
It is.
Long swim too.
Yeah.
Well, I'm so glad to see you guys. And International Smile Day, you guys have certainly made it international. I remember my longest flight, 28 hours to Sydney from DC. And besides sleeping, I was smiling.
Yeah.
And
You would have been smiling when you got here, that's for sure.
that's for sure. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, we are talking about next year. There's several people that, because of Scott opening the day at 8:45 a.m. Eastern, that we have a couple people interested in starting it live there, flying out and meeting you. You know, Scott, we haven't met yet.
No, we haven't. We've had a lot of conversations over the years, but never had the proper hug that we need to have.
That's right. And that goes both ways. We haven't met in the US, nor have we met in Australia. So
Nope.
we're excited.
You could have met Oscar last week. He was over in Texas playing tennis. He was doing amazing. Yeah, he's killing it.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
he's been going to the John Newcomb camp for the last couple of years.
Dr. Smile, the one you just saw down, she's in Dallas. And
Oh,
she's
she?
the one. Yeah, and she's the one who caused us to make the 50th language of Keep Smiling.
Keep smiling, y'all.
And you know that we have it in Australian, right? Scott, did you tell him?
Keep smiling, mate.
Excellent.
G'day,
Yeah.
mate. How you doing?
It depends on where you're from, right? Because that sentence should actually be, mate, keep smiling.
Oh, really?
Mate.
Mate, keep smiling.
You know, we we did it in New York last year, and I didn't think anyone could actually stretch it like you guys just did. But in New York, it's hey you, keep smiling.
Hey,
Ooh.
buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy.
Because life
Smiling.
is better with a smile, isn't it? Really?
It is.
100%.
I don't know why this one appeals to me so much, but I was so happy when we made. Oh, there it is. Here's New York.
Hey, you keep smiling.
Ah.
But here's the one I think really changed it for me.
Keep smiling, mon.
Keep smiling, mon. All right,
That's
well,
such
I'm
a
going to go
Caribbean
backstage
influence.
and just go like this, that Australia's in the house. And next year, who knows, 100 countries, and maybe Australia will compete with the U.S. and have 100 speakers to speak about smiles.
Yeah, well, we're
I'm-
pretty
I'm-
smiley.
It's a
right down
target.
here.
I know you are. I know you are. I mean, typically the U.S. can't hang with Australia, but this in this particular sport, we might try.
If it had been September the 27th or something, we could have had 100,000 smiles on here.
Well, that's a good excuse for me to do another event. That's for sure. I would fly down there for y'all.
So I think let's plant a seed.
Yeah.
We got to. I'm going to put a bit of dirt over it, and over the next 12 months, I'm going to do a bit of a water.
Yeah.
Right? I would love to be doing this in person.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I'd love to be doing this in person. Let's bring the world together with a smile.
And by the way, gentlemen, this is my son, and he's written 14 books, and he's never been to Australia. I think it's a good excuse.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It'd be nice to get our boys together, Ken.
Yeah, I agree. We live for them, and let's show them the world. So, gentlemen, I'm going to go backstage, let you guys do your beautiful show, as it were, and we will get this out into the world and really show that this day is worth celebrating. So, thank you.
Love it. Thank you, Ken. Thank you so much for having us on, and I'm so grateful to bring my A team together quickly to come and share a smile with you all.
And I guess I'm not colored correctly here, so I'll get that straightened out.
We'll work on that, Ken. We'll work on that.
Well, have a great show, guys.
All right, John.
Cheers.
Hello, America. Hello, world. Hello, Smile-A-Thon. Hello, Papa. Hello, Daryl. How are we?
Pretty damn good.
Yeah, we are obviously a lot better for this experience, like getting to share some of the Aussie smile around the globe.
How good is that? Like to have an opportunity to share a smile around the globe. But I'm going to lean into something first because there's something that's for me really, really important. What does a smile mean to you both? I'll start with you, Papa. What does a smile mean to you?
It's not just the smile that we have on our own face, but the smile that we see on other people's face. The smile to me is connection. It's when people come together, we have much better feelings about ourselves, we have better feelings about them. As soon as you smile, your whole energy changes and you can feel it in your body. And the whole thing is, if you smile enough, then you're always going to have better health as well. It lifts everything.
Agree. That's awesome. Thank you, Papa. Daryl, what does a smile mean to you?
Well, look, and not to piggyback or coattail or take the easy route, but Al already, it's energy to me. Smile is transferable. It's a commodity that we get for free. We can use it whenever we want. You don't have to store them. There's not a bank account where you're going to deplete the opportunity to do that. And to me, it's a real transfer of energy. You see someone that doesn't have that smile on their face, you can transfer the energy. It's something that's like totally in our control. And when it's reciprocated, it's like that Energizer battery, like I smile, you smile back. I smile more, you smile more. It's that effervescence of life. And it's the energy. It's the energy that we have to live by. And, it's like, and with no offense to anyone that lives in Sydney, but, you go to Sydney. Sydney's a great place if you don't live there. But I remember I'm standing at the traffic lights one day on Pitt Street, and I'm looking at all these people that walk around with these miserable faces on. Anyway, this guy walks up to me next to me, and for fear of being punched in the head, but you know, I'm happy to risk. Anyway, he's standing there. I said, "How you doing, mate?" He said, "You having a good day?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "Well, why don't you tell your face?" And he's looked at me,
Oh,
and I go, "Man, a smile costs you nothing. If you're having a good day, share the energy with the world."
Well,
So yeah, it's energy to me, man. Energy.
and if you do that, it's infectious, isn't it? As soon as you smile, somebody smiles back at you. They then smile to somebody else, and it's transferable. You keep the
Yeah.
energy yourself, but you're transferring it at the same time. They say that you can't create or destroy energy, but I reckon with a smile, we do. We duplicate it. We spread it.
Yeah, it's exponential.
Yeah.
I just love the thought of that. I just love the thought of, do you know what? I'm just going to chuck a smile on and I'm going to change the energy, not just for me, but the next person who comes towards me. You know, like for me, a smile is the quickest way to get from my heart to yours. It's the quickest way. Like a smile. It's just that energetic exchange. How are you today? You know, here's a smile. I'm doing good. How you doing? Give me a bit back. Give me a bit of love back. I never. Okay, I'm going to go a little bit sideways to come back, but that's me. You'll get used to me if you haven't seen me
Nothing's
before.
changed.
Bridge in before you do, because it
Yeah,
just
go.
dawned on me as well that, and it is the only, and correct me if I'm wrong, team, but it's the only non country, non ethnicity language that is reciprocal all over the world. You know, like you said, you put a smile on your face and, you know, how you doing today? It's the language that you don't even need a language.
Hmm.
Do you know what I mean? It's like it
Yeah.
is so global, one language, a smile. So anyway, yeah. So now go sideways.
No, well, that's perfect, right? Because like last year I was in Bhutan. I don't speak Bhutanese, but I did bring a smile everywhere I went. And the engagement I had from people was extraordinary, especially the kids. I'll never forget walking into the temple and the school kids. Like I was actually there with a group of people with the Gross National Happiness Center, and we're gone into a temple where these kids had waited 3 hours for us to be there because they don't get tourists in this part of the region, and that they're just foreigners, right? Everybody walked past. Then I turn up. I got the big smiley on my shirt, and I get there, and it's all the kids, and I'm high fiving, and they went from hi to yay, just because of a smile. Couldn't communicate, but a smile made a huge difference, you know.
Yeah.
But I think the big one for me, like I'm, I like taking on challenges, and one of the challenges I took on roughly 14 years ago was Ironman. And when I've done a 3.8K swim, I've done a 180K bike ride, and then I've got to do a marathon. Now, I'm not the fittest bloke in the world. I'll never be the fittest bloke in the world, but I'm going to have a crack. The amounts of energy I got from people as I was running past, going, thank you for coming, high five. And I was an energy thief. I was stealing their energy to keep me going. It wasn't about them, it was about me. Having a smile, sharing the opportunity. Like I did one half Ironman and I put 200 pairs of socks in my backpack because I did no training before I did it. And I did a half marathon with 200 pairs of socks in my backpack, handing them out. Now I better explain to people what these socks are. I think that's going to have to be a part of this conversation. What do you think?
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
so. Yeah.
I
We're
just want to
talking
jump
about
on.
these.
Those ones,
Yeah.
or these ones,
Yeah.
or those ones.
And I just want to jump on the back of your story then too, because it just reminded me about the fact that it is a metaphysical process as well, like the story. So I was doing some community service at our church, and I don't garden. Like my wife is the gardener. You know, I provide that heavy lifting, the potting mix, the whatever. But yeah, I don't touch it. I haven't got a green. Anyway, so this job and because the church is, it's a 10-minute drive, and I'm thinking I'm going to use this time as well to get a bit fit. So I get the bike out and I ride to church, and then I spend 3 hours in the garden at church. And so I'm not really that enthusiastic about now my decision to ride to church. I was thinking about the fact that I've got to ride back home. And then the contemplation of the fact that back home was uphill, not downhill. Anyway, as I'm finishing and as church service had finished, and just the congregation were just driving out, and the amount of people that stopped and went down the window and went, "Hey, dude, great job. You're doing a fantastic job. Really appreciate it." It must have been 100 of them on the way out. And what I was saying about that metaphysical thing, the energy of their gratitude and their smile pumped me so I could ride home without, like, not a sweat. It was like, where did this energy come from? Because I should have been depleted. I should have been tired. Do you know what I mean? But that smile, which is so, we were talking about energy before, like that metaphysical transference of their energy to me, and the weight of the number that said, "Good on you. Thanks for doing that. You're doing a great job. We really appreciate it." We got home and I said to my wife, she goes, "How'd you go?" I said, "I've never seen so many happy people. I've never seen so many smiles." And the energy is effervescent. So anyway, I just wanted to share that one.
Oh, I'll lean into that a little bit.
Physical experience for us as well.
But I'll lean into that a bit, and Papa, I'm sure you'll lean into this too. Ever caught a wave surfing? Right? How much quicker do you paddle back out after you've caught an awesome wave, right? Your smile's ear to ear because you caught it, and then you can paddle out. When you're trying to just paddle out without catching that awesome wave with that big smile, it's not fun. Papa?
Yeah, I was just going to pull you up first of all on what you said a moment ago, where you said that you'd felt like an energy thief when you got all those smiles from the energy you felt. Was any of those people that smiled at you look exhausted after you got their smile from them? Not one of them. The whole thing is you had the smile, they had the smile. The whole thing is that it grew.
Yeah.
This is the thing that we forget, is that, when we feel it better ourselves, the other person feels better as well. The smile goes both ways at the same time. One person smiles, it goes both ways. Then the other person smiles, and that goes both ways. I know it's physically, through physics, etc., it may not sound like it's possible, but somehow it does.
Yeah.
Well, we've probably been talking for a good 5 minutes here, maybe a little bit longer, roughly. We haven't actually introduced ourselves.
What's unusual about that?
I know, right? Because
I know you two blokes.
Correct. So I think we should start with that, because I think like it's interesting. Like as those who would have seen earlier, like Kenny was trying to get a hold of me, and he actually did a pre-recorded video with his mentor a couple of days ago, and he put up all these screenshots. I want this man on this Smile-A-Thon. And he got me right about 12 hours before we came on, because he was ringing me at 2 a.m. in the morning. I'm like, Ken, come on, mate. But I'm here, and I'm so grateful we are. But I think we should show people, or at least educate people a little bit on who we are and what we do over here in Australia. So I'm going to introduce the two guys that are important to me in my way, and then they can tell you who they are. I'm going to start with Alan, because I've known Alan the longest, and I don't actually call Alan Alan. I actually call him Papa. And the reason I call him Papa is because there's some similarities between him and Papa Smurf. But not the similarities of just appearance. Now, Alan and I were part of the Campfire Project, and Alan beautifully invited me in, and I'll never forget that you gave me the opportunity to do that. And that was something that was extremely heartwarming for me, because to offer me the opportunity to sit side by side with you and create deep conversations was something that really hit me in the heart. So I'll forever appreciate that. But Papa is a board member of the Business of Smiles, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But he's also a mentor. He's someone that I have in my life to guide me. So, Papa, I thank you so much for coming on today. Let's share a little bit about who you are and your journey to finding your internal smile.
Oh, well, by profession, I'm a profiling and communication specialist. My whole business is in helping people to read each other, to understand each other's personalities, to build stronger and better relationships. And for the first 50 years of my life, I was always pushing to try and create relationships and not very good at it. But a lot of things happened in my life around about that stage, at the age of 50, and I took on a new path. Started looking at, well, if not getting my own relationships right, but how could I help other people? And that's when the smiles really started to come in, because the connection with people really made differences. I realized that a lot of men in particular didn't know their role at home, didn't know their role at work. And that's why I created the Campfire Project as a safe place for them to be able to come and tell their stories. But I also didn't want that to be just a men's group. I wanted women in it from day one, but I wanted men to be able to speak first of all. And the end result from that was that the men were able to open up, share their stories, what they'd been through, brought them into panel discussions where they talked about all the different aspects of life that were affecting them. And that's when the women got in touch with me and told me that they'd loved the guys. They'd never heard men talk so deeply about their emotions, nor so how wisely, and that to actually improve our societies, our communities. And they wanted to get involved, and I did. That's when I brought them in. So we've had men and women from all different backgrounds, different ages, different cultures, different religions, gender identities. And we've never had any bigotry, sexism, or racism. And in over 700 hours of conversations in 7 years, we've never had any disrespect. But the smiles that have come from that have been so worthwhile. It's just been so beautiful. There's a lot of other things I do, but my business in helping people to read people and the Campfire Project are right at the forefront in everything I do.
Love it. Thank you, Papa. And I think that one of the most important things is, you're a big part of the Business of Smiles, which we'll dive into in a minute. Thank you, Papa. Thank you for that introduction. So, Daryl Vine. Now, Daryl Vine is somebody that is also a mentor of mine and somebody that's really important to me. I met Daryl through a great mate. And he goes, "You've got to meet D Vine. D Vine's a man that genuinely cares about others. He's a very interesting man because of his life experiences. But the thing I enjoy most about Daryl is his genuine care for making a difference, his genuine care for others, and the effort you go into actually put into helping others make a difference. So you're somebody that lives in my heart, and I really appreciate that."
I've lost sound. I don't know where the sound's gone.
I've just killed it.
You're all just smiling and lip serving at the moment.
Oh, that's
fantastic. No, you're back. Yeah, all good.
I just gave you the best intro ever.
Oh, you just have to do it again because I missed it. I don't know what to say.
This is Daryl Vine. So just
I've done my bit. Hi.
Who is Daryl Vine?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I thought you were rephrasing and paraphrasing so I could actually hear my intro.
Oh no, your intro was awesome, and I'm going to wait for it to come back so you get it because it was awesome. I'm not going to double up.
Seriously, the sound just disappeared. Modern technology. Who is Daryl Vine?
Who's Daryl Vine?
Yeah, look, he's a pretty interesting sort of a dude, really. He has tried lots of things. He's a serial entrepreneur. I've been in the game for 40 years plus, and through that time and those life experiences, I've got to a point that I've realized that as equally as important as a smile is and the energy that it creates, there's no greater satisfaction and there's no greater motivation in my life than to see someone have that moment. One of my businesses, my consultancy business called Light Biology, which is moments of inspired thinking. And that really floats my boat. You know, I do a lot of business consulting. A lot of people, somehow or other, you know, like Ken tracking you down. They track you down. They go, "Oh, apparently you're a bit of a guru," and they full on into their business idea. Do you know what I mean? And so I do a lot of that. It's that moment of the epiphany moment when someone goes, "That's a time when I can change my life."
Mm.
That's my big float my boat moment. It's when you help someone through that process of, whether it's process of elimination, process of suggestion, process of inspiration, a process of just being there and checking in on them every week. You know, how you doing today? What's going on? That moment when they go, I want to be different. And so yeah, and I've spent the last, I don't know how many years just, you know, cultivating that, which led us into, you know, our prime business, which is the Firefly Initiative. Because we see in Australia 5.9 million awesome people that have had that moment when they go, I care enough to give my time and my talent for the benefit of others, some that I may never see, I might never meet. So yeah, and I get to hang out with you guys and just like laugh and I don't know if we can say take the piss on here, but one of those things where it's an Australianism. So I'm just quoting the rest of the Australian National Heritage Fund, who allows us to use those sort of things. But we just get the opportunity, you know, like we have this sort of phone game that me and Scotty have been playing for a couple of years now. When we get to the end and it's all right, we'll see you later, talk to you later, and it's like, oh, before you go, I hope you're smiling. And it's just, you know, it's infectious to be around. You know, the business of smiles and what Scott does, you know, every day in that, you know, that real heart's gone. It's easy for me, and probably sort of you're in that middle point, Alan, where you've got maybe not total devastation, but some frustration and some, you know, some struggles about guys, you know, opening up and understanding. Scotty's at the other end of that spectrum. I get the easy run, you know. I'm usually dealing with people that are half sound of mind with some crazy ideas, which we all need to have. But yeah, the work that you do in the business of smiles, mate, is inspirational and motivational. It's that real, you know, it is in essence, and I know what our structure is here, but for me as a Christian, it is that godly driven purpose that says, if I can give you nothing else, I will give you a smile. It's outstanding, man. So anyway, so that's enough about me. I can usually not talk that long about me.
Well, one thing I will say, and that is when you mentioned that you usually have the better end of things, but sometimes you get stuck with some real nutcase. You've got me and Scott around you all the time, so it doesn't always work out, does it?
It brings the level down to that. No, not true at all, boys. Not true at all. So I'm going to mute myself now and then do a fantastic introduction for you, Scott, and and then you can hear it on the playback as well. I think I just did, which is probably then a good time to lead into you know, what you do as far as changing the world one smile at a time, one pair of socks at a time.
Yeah, I love it. And thank you. It's a journey, this opportunity called life. And I founded the business of smiles and brought two amazing men along for the journey, and have had many great men and women join the journey as we go along. But I really want to give some context to why a smile became so important. Yeah, because I think it's going to give a bit of an opportunity for people to understand that life happens,
Always.
but life is truly better with a smile.
Mhm.
So I'm going to go a little bit deeper. So who is Scott Carson? I'm a man just trying to be the best version of myself. Hopefully, enough of a good man to be a good father, to educate my son in a way that I didn't get that opportunity. So Ken spoke earlier today about my wife and the opportunity there, and I'm going to lean into that now. It was the day before Mother's Day. It was actually nearly 12 and a half years ago now. And one of the most beautiful days, 28 degrees, sun was shining. So we packed the bikes up and put them on the car and we drove into the city. We thought we'd drive around, go to the city and ride around the city. Now, my wife is Slovak, so she didn't know Melbourne as well as what I did, being that I grew up here. And we parked up the cars and in Melbourne, there's a river that runs all the way through Melbourne. And it's a beautiful long river with a bike path all the way along. So we rode along that bike path and we went into the city and we a place called Port Melbourne, which is down near the beach. And then we headed back and went to a place called South Melbourne, where South Melbourne has a market. Now, the market is traditionally known for what, Daryl Vine?
Food.
Yes, food, but not just any kind of food. South Melbourne dimmies. Right.
Yep.
So that
Absolutely.
absolutely right. If you go to South Melbourne Market, you're getting dimmies. Anyway, so we pulled in, we've grabbed our dim sims. Now, for those of you that wouldn't be familiar with the dim sim is like a dumpling with meat and vegetable, and it is fantastic. You can either have it steamed or fried. And on that particular day, we had both.
But it's compulsory that you have soy sauce with steamed and tomato sauce with fried.
Oh, soy sauce. Oh, actually, I break the mold. I actually go vinegar. Oh no,
Of course you would. Of course you
vinegar and
Of
soy
course you would.
sauce. They're
With no chips
magnificent.
to go with the dim sims.
No chips, just dim sims.
No
No,
chips.
no
No.
chips, just dim sims, right? So you can see the joy on our faces as we talk about these dim sims. Now, these dim sims are an Australian culinary delight. Would you say that? Would we go with that? Papa, you're partial to a dimmy, aren't you?
Definitely.
So anyway, so we've had a beautiful lunch, and then we get back on the bikes and we ride over to a place called St Kilda. Now, St Kilda is a beautiful part of Melbourne. So one such part of St Kilda has a lot of ovals on it, a lot of football ovals on it. And little man, who was 2 at the time, fell asleep on the back of my bike. So we thought we'd pull up, sit down, watch the footy, and I'll explain the rules of Australian football to Marcella. What a great opportunity to teach somebody. So after about an hour and a half of me trying to teach her about the rules and her not understanding a single one of them, because as far as her mind, people were just running everywhere, crashing into each other. Having a soccer background, she was a little bit confused. However, there's no offside, so she was pretty easy with that one. So anyway, so we get back on the bikes and we ride into the city and we pull up at the Lindt chocolate bar. Now, those of you who know Lindt chocolate, Lindt
Oh, yeah.
yeah, Lindt chocolate, right? Good chocolate, right? So I pulled up. Marcella had a cappuccino. I had my double hot chocolate, and little man had a baby chino. One of the best days ever. Anyway, we're riding back to the car. We're about a minute from the car, and I heard a noise. I turn around, and there's Marcella lying there with blood pouring out of her head and her mouth. Thank God Oscar was on the back of my bike. Now here I am in the middle of the city. My wife in my right arm, blood pouring out of her head and her mouth. My 2-year-old son in my left arm. And nobody stopped. Everybody kept running and riding past. I was going crazy. We eventually got support about 20 minutes after the incident, and we get Marcella to hospital. She's got bilateral fractures of the skull, 2 bleeds on the brain, and she had to learn to walk and talk again. We pretty much lost everything at that point. But what stayed in me was, why didn't anybody stop? Why did everyone stop? I had 2 most precious things in my life in my arms, and nobody stopped. Move along a few years, she learns to walk and talk again. She's back up and she's going along nicely. But that question inside me is burning. I'm like, what's the one thing that I can do to make a difference in our society? And that thing is smile. But not the smile you see here. It's the smile you see here. What actually happened in that moment was all of my unprocessed pain came out of me. To explain that, when I was 14, I was on the streets. When I was 13, my mother, who separated from my father, who's an alcoholic and had a long list of family violence, left him when I was 9 and started working 12 hours a day because she needed to survive and look after things, but she didn't have any support. She was working hard, doing her best, but she was desperate for help. She met a man where she was at, and he wasn't a good man. One day I came home from baseball. He was jealous of the fact that she prioritized us kids over him. I slammed his car door too hard, so he punched me in the face. My mum said, "Get out of here, you can't do that." And he left. But he went to the pub. Later that night, he came home, drunk, smashed up the house, trying to get to me, screaming he was going to kill me. I got out, a couple of neighbours came over, kept him at bay long enough till the police got there. My mum, who recently passed, we ended up in the psych ward. I got passed around family to family. I then became a very angry individual, so much so that I ended up on the streets at 14. I went through my life with drugs and alcohol, numbing my pain throughout the years. Although I started becoming more responsible, I never processed my pain. In that moment, in my moment with my 2 most precious items in my arms, all that fear, all that anger, no wonder nobody came near me. No wonder nobody stopped to help me. With great mentors like Alan, Darryl, Paul Purdon, Mick Hawes, Jerome Lamarck, I've been able to work on myself to find my inner smile. So now people come towards me. My mission is to help men find their inner smile, so people come towards them. Sometimes we do that with a pair of socks.
There we go.
Sometimes you might find us walking the streets thanking people for doing their best and then gift them something from our heart to their heart, a pair of socks. But it is the message on these socks that make all the difference. And I'm going to read it to you. Wear these socks with a smile. The black dots represent our dark days. We all have them. No one is getting out of that. The yellow is a warm winter sun you can feel on your back on those gorgeous sunny winter's days. So on our dark days, let the warmth of our community get around you. Share these days so that we can all learn and support each other. The easiest way to do this is by putting these on with pride, sharing the story of them so that you can pass on the smile you felt when you received them. Let's infect the world with smiles. I hope you are smiling. This pair of socks, to date, we've handed out 16,500 pairs of socks. But that's not, but that's not 16,500 pairs of socks. That's 16,500 conversations that lets people know that we care about them. Whether the socks end up in their drawer at home, in their bag of clothes as they're looking for somewhere to live. People hold on to these socks, and every single time they see them, they remember the connection they had when they received them. The business of smiles, that's my passion project. I sit here today with two beautiful men, that Campfire Project, Firefly Initiative. We're here for community. We're here for one another. This is not about money. This is about how we connect with one another and create a beautiful life from our hearts with love, knowing that we have all had a journey to get to this point. We have all gone through significant opportunities, and I say opportunities because I don't have problems anymore. They're just opportunities to grow, yeah? But I know there's light inside. But now, if you're feeling that right now, if you're feeling my story, and I actually hope you do, I hope it resonates. You can see a lot of darkness in these at times, but you can feel my heart. Yeah, because I've found it. It just took time. So much so that I have amazing men in my life now, like Daryl, like Alan, that give me the opportunity to keep growing, growing, and growing. But I do want to talk about these socks for a minute, right? Because we have had some epic journeys with these socks, sharing a smile. But I'm gonna lean into Alan first. The very first pair of socks. Do you remember the first pair of socks that you received?
I can't remember the exact. Oh, yes, I do. What am I thinking of? Oh, yeah, I do remember, you bugger. We were in Sydney, and I'd just given you a hard time a couple of days earlier when you had to present to me, and you looked at me and thought, who is this guy? He's going, he's not going to like the story I'm about to tell. And actually, you stood there in front of me. You had to wait while everyone else in the room was setting up, because we're at a conference where we're doing some training on speaking. And Scott was, unfortunately, he was then set up to actually talk with me, and he was the one who had to do the talk first. So I sat there quietly. He looked at me and he leaned over and he said, mate, he said, you're not going to like a thing I've got to say. At that point, I don't think I changed my expression at all. I don't think I blinked. I just sat there.
I have to jump in. I'm gonna have to give a little bit of context to this, right? I'm 6'1" and generally weigh about 100 kilos. So I'm not a little guy. I train a lot. Alan Stevens, how tall are you, Alan?
I'm 5'6" if I lie about my height.
Okay, 5'6", right? So let's live up some.
Right.
That's why the hair's always sticking up to get a bit more height.
It makes him 5'8".
And so I'm a bit rough around the edges at this point. Alan's sitting there with a beautiful brown jacket on, very nonchalant. And here I am presenting my story for the first time to a guy that's just sitting there going, who's a profiler? So sorry.
And at that point, when you made that comment about me not liking anything he got to say, I just made sure my expression did not change at all. I just stared at him. You gave your talk, and again, no expression from me at all at the end. Then you had to wait before, while everybody else in the room was doing, they were paired up, finished their talks with each other, and then we were allowed to critique. And now, below this stage, leading up to that, I could see the watermarks underneath your arms from the perspiration. By this stage, as before I got to actually critique what you had said, the watermarks were actually joining up in the front. And I watched your knees getting shaky at the time. Then I was allowed to critique, and I went very animated. And I remember when you fell down, you sat down next to me, you just dropped into the seat, your legs gave out. And I said, that was great, mate. I said, in future, don't read a book by its cover unless you can read through the jacket. And that's when we sort of started becoming friends. You got me to look at your son's photograph, and I profiled him. I profiled your wife from her photograph and gave you some ideas around that. We went out to dinner, but the next day, I think it was on the last day, here I am standing there. You walked up with a card and a pair of those socks. He got even at that point because I was standing there and the tears were just running down my face at that point. So the feeling on that, it really hit me at an emotional level. I'd realized I'd met somebody that was very special. And I know you couldn't see the value that you had, but I could see it. And it was somebody I wanted to be part of the Campfire Project and get you in there, not only to do your one-on-ones and then join the panel discussions, but also then step up and start running those panel discussions as well. And we should talk about some of the panels you did run later on because they were classics.
That'll put some smiles on Dials. And I love that, Papa, because I really was scared. I was nervous. I did not know how to present, and to present to you and then have you hold me out. Like, hopefully people saw my face as I relived that, because I was not happy that you wouldn't give me any feedback. And then I had to sit there. I'm like, just giving you my best, mate. Come on, give me something. But yeah, and from that is like blossomed this beautiful opportunity. That was our first pair of socks. So I'm gonna come back to you about that, and thank you for sharing that, because I want to talk about a few of our journeys. But before that, I would like for Daryl to share when he got his first pair of socks, because this. Do you remember the first pair of socks you got?
Yeah, I do. I do. Yeah, well, our journey was a little different because we hadn't met. We had with the Firefly Initiative, we were one of the great sponsors who had a whole heap of camping gear and swags and sleeping bags and tents and so we're talking to him, and he said, it's going to go to the tip, or we can give it to someone. I said, give me a minute. I rang my business partner, Courtney, in Melbourne. I go, who do we know that's in men's charity that deals with homeless people? He said, there's this larrikin around town. His name's Scott Carson. Like, he's just full on. I'll give you his number. Give him a ring. He's a great guy. Doing a lot of work. I'm sure we'll be able to work something out. So we got on the phone talking about this assignment of things and could you use it? Oh, yeah. So we managed to organise that process. And instantly we had that heart connection of two guys, trying to do. I'll never forget the first email I got. I hope you're smiling. And then it was, at the end of the phone call, I hope you're smiling. And so this went on for a little while. And then we had the opportunity to come down and with our program, do some funding of local businesses in out west in Melbourne. Local organisations. So we were down there, and Scott, we're going to be down in Caroline Springs. And, I'm coming over, and I've got some stuff, and can I have a minute? And it's just like, yeah. And so the first time we'd caught up, it was like, I've got something for you. I went, oh yeah. Oh, what's that? He goes, can't have it yet. I go, what? He goes, can't have it yet. Anyway, so he comes out with this gift wrapped present, and I'm thinking, hang on a minute, what's going on here? And he said, and here's a whole box of gift wrap presents. So I felt really special on one hand and not so much on the other when I saw all the rest of them. And he said, this is for you, from my heart to yours, just for doing the best you can. And so I, as I've done with every present that I've ever got with my kids, I do the shake. No, it doesn't shake. No, it doesn't smell like I can eat it. It's not chocolate. So I took my time and opened it. And as soon as I had these socks in my hand, I had this arm go around my shoulders. So let me tell you a little story about these and why they're important and why you're important. And I don't know how many times I've worn them, nearly worn them out. Fortunately, Scott blessed me with another pair after 2 years, which was great. The other ones get a bit stinky because I won't let Jonah wash them. But then not only did that concrete our relationship from that heart connection, and I felt like one of the Smile Club because I had a pair of these unique socks. But he then blessed all the other people that were at the event as well with their present, and gave a fantastic little presentation about what the business of smiles are. And I know you said earlier that Alan with his and consulting and specialist business and the Firefly initiative, the business of smiles, we're not here for the money. But just in case anyone listening wants to make a donation to the business of smiles, go to the website. Up in the corner, there's a button that says donate now, because that donation will turn into more socks, which turn into more smiles, which turn into more conversations, and leads people, even if it's that one step, into a brighter journey. So yeah, that's my reliving of our first. And it was wrapped because I'd had this, what it's like. Alan, he teases you all the time. Oh, I'm going to give you these pair of socks. I'll send you some. Oh, I've got these socks. Oh, I'm coming to Melbourne. So, oh, well, I'll wait till you, but I'll send you up there so you can have. No, I get there and he gives me this present that I thought was a bar of chocolate because I was a bit low on energy at that stage. The socks were better than chocolate.
I've got to share this, right? Because this puts a smile on the doll's people. Right? What I am renowned for is because, like, I love men. I think men are awesome, and I think we're, the way we're growing and learning and improving ourselves is amazing. However, I am renowned for wrapping up the socks in unicorn or rainbow wrapping paper and asking people.
Mine was silver rainbows.
Rainbows or unicorns. People go, what do you mean? Rainbows or unicorns? What do you want?
Yeah.
I love it.
Tell me you're not happy with either of those. Jeez.
How can you not be? Oh, I love it. So just and thank you for sharing the first time, because I'm going to lean into some stuff now about the important stuff with them, right? Because we walk the streets and we actually touch hearts with people that needed to be touched, and you've both done that with me on multiple occasions. And I'm actually going to lean back to you first, Daryl. You've been out on the streets and you've seen the impact of those socks. Would you mind sharing that? Because it's a unique experience.
I'm just going to share a story preemptively before I get to that, and I think it will, for any of the listeners or viewers, it'll add a bit more impact to how special that you are in that environment. As someone that's a Christian and we were in the charity space. I've had lots of experience with helping those people that are less fortunate. And so my daughter was working at the cinema and it was a late shift. I had to pick her up at 12 o'clock because when she knocked off. And it's a big shopping center and all that sort of stuff. So I park at the nearest point of entry so she doesn't have to walk anywhere in the dark or whatever. Anyway, so I pull up at this place and I'm just sitting in the car waiting for her. And I noticed this guy, a homeless guy, and he'd stopped at the first bin and looking in it for something to drink, and he'd found a can and he had a swig at it, put it back in the bin, and he walked to the next bin. He was doing the same thing. And anyway, so my daughter came out. She got in the car and she had a big, a large cinema cup of Coke. And I said, do you really need that? And she went, no. And I said, good, I'm going to use it. So I grabbed the Coke off her and I went over to this guy and I said, hey, mate, how you doing? Are you thirsty? I've got a drink here for you. And he looked at me like I was a peasant. He looked at me with such disdain again, like, mate, if I wanted a drink, I'd get a drink. I'm going, dude, I've just watched you go through 7 bins looking for something to drink. When I had the opportunity to go out on the street with Scott, there's so many things that you learn in one instance. Like, I'm a pretty confident guy. Put me in any scenario, in any environment, usually stand up for myself, do all right, start a conversation. But having that in the back of my mind about the reflection on how we are perceived, and I did it with the best intention. It looked like you need a drink. I did it with a smile on my face. I was all of those things. And the first incident that we had going out on the street together, I'll never forget. There was a sort of a little caravan, a little gypsy caravan that had taken over a park bench sitting outside of 7-Eleven. There was 5 or 6 of them with umbrellas up. And I'm going, what's going on here? And he goes, oh, they're probably all having a bit of a smoke under the umbrellas. And sure enough, they were. They were on the happy grass. And we walked over and Scott said, hello, how you doing? What's going on? And they instantly see that he's genuine, that he's real, that he's lived in that environment, that understands. Not this guy who looks like he's just an underdressed accountant that's tagging along to make sure that the books balance. Do you know what I mean? It was like, and it was unbelievable. The stories, and talked to all of them, gave them all a pair of socks. They all opened up. They were all talking about their stories. They were talking about what's going on in the world. And we're having conversations about the effect that these trams in St Kilda Road have on global warming. I'm going, these people are not what we see societally. We see them as outcast. We see them as, not worthy. Not Scott. Scott sees every individual's heart for the purpose that has that it's been created for, and they get that straight away. And there was this whole process, this bonding thing, and I'm sucking all this in. I'm trying to be a sieve so I can go. I want to be able to go up to the next person and say, "How you doing?" and not have them look at me like I'm an alien or that I'm trying to steal their wallet. So there was this process, and we'd moved away from that group, and they were hugs and thanks, and it was really motivational to see the impact that 10, 15, 20-minute conversation had just on their night. How long it lasted for wasn't a concern for us, wasn't a concern for them, but to bond with someone, to enjoy that conversation, to know that it was from the heart, to know that it's a lived experience, that it's not judgmental, it was just epic. And we walked no more than 20 meters down the footpath, and there's this dude walking towards us, and he looks like just a everyday sort of dude that's out for a walk. Certainly didn't look like he was homeless, and he didn't look like he was, feeling a whole heap of pain. And the radar says, hang on a minute. And I say the radar, Scott, the radar, goes, hang on a minute. So he grabs another pair of socks out and he walks over and he goes, mate, I just want to give you this gift from my heart to yours. Say thank you for doing the best that you're doing at the moment. And the guy's got to look at me. He's like, what? Yeah, whatever, mate. And he keeps walking. And then we walked off to the car, and we got in the car and we drove around. And as we did the Yui coming back the other way to drive back into the city, this guy is there. Well, he's taken his 5 steps down the footpath and he's looking at these socks and he's turned over and he's read the message. Stops him in his tracks. And we see that change in demeanor, and he's looking around for where Scott had gone with the obvious intent to say thanks. like I needed that message, and you blessed me with these socks. So the experience, and not to mention the two young chicks that said, "Oh, can you take a selfie for us next to this big mural that was painted there?" And it's got the same things everybody up to tonight. And oh, we're going to go and get trashed, and we're going to do this, and we're going to have a great time. And he goes, yeah, okay, well, that'll be fun, but you know, do you need to? And you know, because you're beautiful souls and beautiful girls, and you know, look after yourself and make sure you're safe and make sure you and look, and it's a world, and I don't say this from a condescending point of view. The streets are a circus. Like it is a total environment that it's hard enough to be in one sort of niche. And you know, this Alan from a profiling point of view, but there is a different personality, a different life, a different story that is associated with everyone that Scott's talked to. And he has this you know, this fantastic wingspan that just it allows him to open up and then encompass all these people that he meets under the safety protection of his wings, and brings them in and offers them a smile and offers them a piece of his heart. I mean, if it was a commodity that you had to slice off little bits and pieces every time you gave a bit of your heart away, you'd have none left. So yeah, it's a privilege and an honor. It's an eye-opening experience. It's humbling to think that here is another member of our community, another human being that so many people judge, like all those people that walked past you on the day of that tragic incident. And that's where you see the real Scott, when he says, "I'm not walking past anyone."
Tell you what, you go out in the street with Scott, and if you've got any plans of getting from A to B quickly, forget it. It's just not going to happen. I just turn the watch off, you know, turn the phone off, can't see the time, and there it goes, and just go for the walk.
Sometime, yeah.
Oscar has noted since we moved here, we seem to get in and out of the shopping centre a lot quicker. Well, I really appreciate that.
I hope you didn't say anything nice about me again then, because you just went no sound.
No, we just like lent into the opportunity of just walking the streets with me, just not taking any time whatsoever, not being able to look at a watch, because time just disappears, and we don't end up going to the same place that we thought we were going. We'd end up over there and doing this. But I do want to ask one more question before I go over to Daryl, because I really appreciate the way you see what we do. I want to ask about the first time that you handed out a pair of socks.
Me? Yeah, I wish off the top of my mind I could remember her name. We had a unique experience on a corporate day that again, my business partner, Courtney Smith, that awesome guy, and he you know, he smiles every now and then, so he's not too bad. But he'd create the opportunity for Scott to take the whole team out on the street, and we had a little challenge of things that we had to find and people that we had to give socks to. And I remember that there was this lady that was sitting on a park bench in the center of the Frankston Mall. Now it's a pretty warm day. We're around in t-shirts and shorts, and it's warm, and she's full laden. And seriously looked like she'd just come back from Siberia. She's got this big fluffy Siberian wool hat on. And so I remembered from being on the street with Scott before about the engagement protocol, and if you can, it's available, get down to their level and make sure that you have this eye-to-eye communication, not a condescending communication of looking down on people. And so, fortunately enough, there was enough room on the seat next to her, and I sat down. I said, "How you doing today?" And she said, "Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good." And I went, "That's fantastic." I said, "Oh, listen, would you mind if I give you a gift from my auntie yours?" And she went, "What?" And I said, "Just a simple gift." She goes, "What gift?" I said, it's just a simple gift. It's like," and she took these socks and she looked at them, and I told her the dots and the sunny day story. And she looked, she goes, "These for me." And I went, "Yep." And she goes, "You giving these to me?" And I said, "Yep." And she goes, "What for?" I said, "Because you deserve them." And she went, "Wow." She goes, "Can we do one of those selfie things that you do?" I said, "Sure, if you got your phone." And she goes, "I don't have a phone. Can we do it on your phone?" And I went, "Sure." And it just so happened that there's a couple of other of the crew there, so they take a photo. And here we are sitting there, and she's got her socks, and it was like Christmas. It was seriously like Christmas. I had no way of getting her a photo, even if we took it, and we did. And I've got the photo, but the experience of that, a gratitude, I think, was the moving bit. It was like, at least for me, like someone's taken the time to sit down, have a chat. And of course, she was, somewhere between off with the fairies and waiting for a bus. Classic individual. It was a fantastic story. Had a good time. She'd been doing her shopping. And so you hear in that 10 minutes the whole life story. Had I had the opportunity to sit there for about 7 years, I reckon I would know her by now, because there would have been no shortage of story. But the instant is these for me. Yep. Why? Because just want to say thank you for doing the best you can right now. Wow. And the instant was, "Can we do a selfie?" It was so funny.
And what a beautiful connection it was. I still remember that photo. I remember the black Siberian hat. Hey, Rakaya! Oh my God! This is
How are you? I'm
I'm
sorry to
amazing.
interrupt the conversation. That was a lovely story I was listening backstage.
Do not apologize for interrupting the conversation. Daryl, Alan, you
Yes.
know Rakaya. You've met Rakaya, I'm sure. Have you met Alan? Yeah.
Some time ago,
I
yeah.
have met
Yeah.
Alan. Yes, I have.
This is awesome. I love it. I'm so happy to see you.
So
Yeah,
am I. Thank you for having me on board.
this is going to get even cooler now. We'll come back. We're going to come back to sock stories, but this will lean into it perfectly because, Rakaya, firstly, I am so grateful to see you. Now, who are you?
I am a smile strategist, Scott. I should have kept my card. I should have kept my card with me. I could have showed you. My business card reads Smile Strategist. Have you ever met a smile strategist, guys?
I think I have now.
Yeah.
I've met this one.
Oh yes. Oh yes. I can never forget. So what I do is I help people get from stuck to unstuck using a smile. And what I love about the work that Scott does is we are connected. We are smile siblings, and we are changing the world with a smile. And I'm just going to jump into the story, if I may.
Please.
I don't know how this works, but yes. So at the time when the world was shut down and I couldn't reach my daughter on her birthday, and it is such a beautiful coincidence, it was her birthday yesterday. So happy birthday, Ida. So I reached out to Scott and I said, I'm not able to get anything to her. And you are all about socks and the t-shirt. So would you be able to send it across? And he said, yes, I will. So he met up with her and we made the arrangement. So yes. So it was a pair of
I
socks
must
for my
lean in. I
son.
must lean in a little bit first. Rakaya, where do you live?
Oh yes. I live in UAE, United Arab Emirates. I'm in Dubai.
And I was in Melbourne, but because we
Hmm.
share a smile, Rakaya's daughter was in Melbourne. So I was able to gift a genuine smile from her mum on her birthday. Sorry.
So yes, so that's how he facilitated it, and for me, it was like a, the angel who comes in and like aha moment. I said yes, and my son is all about crazy socks, so there was a socks for him and a T-shirt for my daughter. So it was lovely.
How's your heart?
Thank you.
How is your heart today?
Mm.
How is your heart?
How is my heart today? My heart is full. I feel blessed to be here with you guys, and very excited for the conversations that we're going to have.
Yeah, brilliant. Because I'm gonna lean into something right now, and it's Rakaya came to Melbourne to visit her daughter, and one of the things that she wanted to do was to do a presentation about her smile, about the smile strategy. So I organised, Papa, you'll appreciate this, the cold water crazies to right? No. I organised the cold water crazies for Rakaya to do a presentation to. But then I'm going to let Rakaya share what happened because I think this is so cool.
So we had a wonderful smile session with the ladies, and me being the person that I am said, why do you do the dip only in the morning? Because in my head, I was already mentally prepared that they do the dip in the morning. So I thought, how do I get there early in the morning? I'm just doing all the math in my head, and I'm like, it's already dark. The water's probably cold. What if we did a dip now? And they all jumped at it and they said yes. And so I said yes. And so I get into somebody's swimming costume, and before you know it, we're headed to the beach and the water, and there we are. We did the whole cold water dip, and it was fun. And I think Scott also had a breakthrough during that session, if I may share.
Please share.
Yes, so there was so when the smile is all about, moving from where you're stuck in your life to how you can get unstuck. And I think that afternoon, that evening, something clicked for him, and he had an aha moment, and we all were there to be with him at the time, and it was really, really, it was grounding and very humbling for me to see someone who goes around sharing a smile, touching lives, changing everybody's life with just something as simple as a pair of socks. To have that life-changing moment for him in the session was for me really, really beautiful. So it just felt lovely.
And I want to lean into that because it was a safe place for me to open up. I don't, I don't, I do a lot for others, but if I have complete trust in you, then I will give you my heart. Yep. And it's not that I don't, I trust is my number one value. You have my trust. It's up to you to lose it. But when for me to actually sit and unpack, that says something very special about you. When I get that,
Thank
when
you so
I'm
much,
when I'm
Scott.
able to do that, that's something magical. So thank you.
Thank
So
you.
yeah.
Yes, and I think a few days later got time. No, it was the same day that I spent time with Oscar and you. We picked him
Yeah.
up from school,
Yeah.
and we had dinner together. It was lovely. So thank you for the time, because time is energy, and the way you share your energy and your time with everybody is commendable for sure. Thank you for being the
Uh,
person that you
and thank you for being the person that you are. Like, I want to paint a picture here. Retires strengthening women, oh, in the Middle East, where predominantly women don't get that opportunity. She's a small strategist helping women. That's not a not a
Sorry,
common.
I was out and back in again.
That's all
So I,
right.
I kind of I
Perfect.
kind of missed what you were saying, please.
Well,
He's
I
really good at
want
that
to.
tonight. He did a great intro for me, which I didn't hear because there was a muted part of the
Oops.
sound. He just did a great story about you that you missed because you went and come back. He's not going to repeat any. He said he's not going to. He's going to wait till we see the video back. So I just thought I'd jump in. And by the way, I'm Daryl. Pleased to meet you.
Because we,
Yes.
I do want to talk to I don't want to talk this. I want to hear from you actually about this, Rikai. I think this is really important. As like, because we're streaming in America, right? We're over there, and it's like, I don't know, probably at 3 a.m. or something over there, and we're doing the graveyard shift with a lot of love.
Yes.
But I would really like for you to share what you do because, Arab Emirates, and like if I remember before that, you were in Qatar.
No, I was in Kuwait. Thank you for
Kuwait.
remembering.
Sorry,
I was in
sorry,
somewhere there.
sorry,
Somewhere there.
sorry. I'm
Um,
learning. I'm learning, but I want to lean into something. You support women.
yes, I do.
Yep. You give them strength in a. I don't know how to put this without it sounding right, so I'm just going to put it in the best way I can. Okay. So
Sounding right.
in a society that generally represses women, um, you stand strong and you help them become the best versions of themselves. The courage, the tenacity of who you are is something that I adore. But I would love for you to just share a little bit about that because it's okay to. A lot of women in the Western world are very much they're on their path. They're being empowered. They're standing strong together. But you're tackling a world that's not like that, and with an open heart. I think it's and correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Right?
It's not always like that. Times have
Mhm.
changed.
They have.
Times have changed.
Yep.
Yes. But I think it's not about society as much as it is in your head.
Hmm.
Thank you. Because it's not about what the community is expecting of you or is confining you or holding you down, because those times are over. But it's more about because we've been conditioned or because we've primarily been in the patriarchal society, where the father takes the lead, where it's the male dominant decision makers or whatever it may be. Sometimes some of us hold back because that's what we've seen happen previously in the family, in the community, in the circle. So where I come in, and I the thing about me is, Scott, I like leading by example. So just the other day I was having a conversation with my son about how life changes when you get married and you have a child, and it was him observing from his friends, etc. So we're having this open conversation, and I kind of told him how my journey began, because when I did, he was a baby. And by the time I was really a little bit established was when he was more aware. He was maybe 4 or 5 when I had started going places and writing interviews, had become an editor of a magazine and all of that. So he saw that part. He hasn't really seen or registered the part where I was still growing up, literally, in the industry. So to answer your question, I think it's usually in the mind. When I started out as a writer, it was not even a graduate in journalism, to be honest. I come from I've studied sciences, and then it's just the language that I loved. I used to say my affair with words started when I was very little. I started writing poetry because I was a single child and I needed a place to let out my emotions, my thoughts. And so I used to put pen to paper. And I kind of transitioned that way. I think I've always been that person who sees an opportunity and says yes to it. I don't wait till I'm ready for it. I don't prepare too much. And a simple example of that is my TEDx talk in 2016, for which the Smile was created. And even then, I wasn't a trained speaker or an orator. My body language in the talk is of a timid person who doesn't know her slides and is using a clicker who will not work to my means. But I went for it full throttle because I said, no, I have a story and I have to share this because it could help anybody. And yesterday, when I hear from my son saying, Ma, you talk about diapers and dishes and how you transitioned, And I say, yeah, I mean, I don't mean it in the wrong way. And he said, no, but that's the story of so many people. So I'm so happy that you do what you do. I said, thank you, you know? So I don't know if I've answered your question because I went all over the place, like the bees over there. But we're all gathering pollen. We're all making honey, aren't we? So
No,
it's
I
and
think 100%, but I think what you did there was perfect. Like it's leading by example. And I think the best education we can give others is not to tell them, it's to do. Yeah.
so for me, as a young mom with two children, I was very well aware that they're watching, they're taking mental notes, and I am in some shape or form shaping them. Of course, they have their own personality, but they are observing, right? So I had to break in my head. I had to break a cycle. So I said, okay, let's do it this way, and so that's what I did. And to I support women and I am all about women empowerment, but I am also about mindset. Above everything else, it's about mindset because I feel the limitations are in your head. You won't know until you ask. I mean, you reached out to me last evening. You wouldn't know if I would have said a yes until you asked. And for the life of me, Saturdays, our mornings are a little busy, but I would never miss this because it comes from you. So thank you. And that too
I,
on Smile Day.
and I love that because what's really funny is, do you know Kenny Rochon, Dr. Smiles? So anyway, doesn't matter. So Ken's been trying to track me down for the last week to get me on, and he only got a hold of me 24 hours ago, or maybe a little bit more. It says, "You want to come on? We're doing a smile-a-thon." I'm like, "Yeah." I said, "But I'm not just going to bring me. I'm going to reach out to my fellow smilers and see who we can get on board because
Thank you.
we together."
Absolutely.
That's
Absolutely.
Speaking of fellow smilers and smiling and we together, you just prompted me that I'm going to have to go and make my bladder smile.
Don't do that.
On the prompt of we together. Now we don't have to we together, but I am. So I'll be right back. So just keep smiling between yourselves.
Excellent.
Giddy up. I love it. So it's a very human experience that. So we
Very
might
much
actually
so, but that we together is very much, that's why I created the hashtag we together back in 2018, because we can't do it on our own. We do
it. He's gone. He's back. But I have that show us.
The smiley. Remember this one?
I still have it, and do you know how much joy that brings me? Because I have a puppy, right? Now, it's not puppy any longer, but she grabbed that ball and wouldn't give it to anybody but me, right? And but the thing about it is, it's still in good nick. She hasn't destroyed it. She hasn't done it. But it's our thing.
This is Oops, he's gone.
We're having some real fun with technology here today. So into the back room. Now we're back here again.
Hide and seek. Yes. I'll just continue because so basically this has been created by a social enterprise in India. It supports single mother families. So it's handmade, it's recyclable, and I give these out. These are made specifically only for me. And I give these out to all the participants. I mean, mostly when I'm having a workshop, in-person workshop, I give it to the participants who are, proactive and, they bring energy into the room. They get one. And I've also shared it with my special people. I am yet to give it to you, Alan and Daryl. Whenever life brings us together, definitely will. Scott has one. And I also share it when I get to meet celebrities and change makers, so like the Minister of Happiness in the UAE has one. And Vishen Lakiani has one. Robin Sharma has one. So Chris Gardner, the person from The Pursuit of Happiness, the person who Will Smith portrayed, he has one. So basically, when I get to meet these people, I share this with them. So it's like my little squishy smile squishy. But yeah.
It's a smile that stays with a person, isn't it? It's the energy they get. Because I've seen it down, the one you've given Scott down in at his place when I've been in
You've
Melbourne.
seen it.
Yeah, and actually I saw it and I thought, hope he's got more of those because I want to steal that one. So I'll be looking forward to getting one. But yeah, the thing is that it stays with you. The conversations you have after having that come after having a bit of a smile with somebody, and that they stay with you, they resonate, and they keep coming back. And the something to see that reminds you. That's one of the reasons why every time I'm online, I've always got a pair of these socks sitting next to me. They're next to my desk all the time. And even when I'm talking about business with people, the socks come out. And I watch the people when I'm talking to them. And this thing that got me was the fact that, men going and wearing something bright like that was something they didn't really gravitate. Most men didn't. But gave a pair out to a gentleman who very robust and everything else, very staunch and all the rest of it. I ran into him a couple of weeks later at a networking event, and he thought Alan might be turning up to that. So he came along wearing the socks, and he pulled his trouser legs up so I could see with the biggest smile on his face. Everybody else is looking at him and smiling at the socks and the conversations that came from that. So it's having that little ball and that, and as you said, it's tactile. It's something you can play with, but it's something that it gets people asking questions, starting to talk. It generates a conversation. It's like when Scott, first introduced me to this and going out and talking to people, and as I presented the first pair of socks to people, where the connection is made from that one comment from my heart to yours, puts you straight on the same level.
Yes.
And at that point, there's a connection that's made, as opposed to when you walk up to somebody and, they look like they've been, like Darryl was talking before about a gentleman he saw who was going through the bins to get a drink, and he went over and gave the guy a drink. He came with the right heart, but the guy would have taken it differently. But that one comment about from my heart to yours puts you on the same level. And that's where it comes in. That's where you can really connect with people. So to actually have something that really stands out.
Yes. And I think that's where your hashtag We Together also comes. You were talking about it when you suddenly disappeared. So please tell us more about that.
Yeah, well, when I created the Campfire Project, that's what I was thinking about. Nobody fixes problems on their own, especially when they've got a lot on their mind. They need people around them. You need the right support. And the Campfire Project was created as a safe place for men and women to tell their stories, but it wasn't a place where they come in and get counselled. It was a place where they would come in without judgment, without counselling, without telling them they were right or wrong, but a safe place where they could just open up and tell their story and know that there was a pair of ears and eyes that were actually noticing them. So instead of talking in their head about what was going on in their life, they actually had a chance to voice it. And in that, I found that by not asking a lot of questions, all I did was get them to give me a little, intro of how they wanted to be introduced, because we record it for people to see later on. And my first question to them was, well, if that's where you are today, tell us your story, tell us where you want to start with it. You can give us much information or little information, but tell us where it started for you. And the number of people, when they start doing that, they quite often said, well, I don't know if I'm going to be able to say much, but because I didn't interject, but I held their space and I really wanted to hear their story, and they could see that. 45 minutes, 50 minutes later, I'd finally then get to say something else, because once they started and they felt safe, they opened up and you could see the smiles coming into their face. And some of the stories were quite horrific from where they'd started from. And that's why I created a safe place. And it's recently we've been looking at all the different groups around the world that call themselves inclusive, and the Campfire Project has the highest score worldwide. So I'm really proud of that. And the reason I'm proud of that is that I may have created it and put it in place and then facilitated it, but all the people who came in, they're the ones that made it what it is. I feel so grateful for people like Scott and all the other people who have come in. Angela Heiser, who's one of my key co-hosts, and that in there as well. all the people who have stepped up and the way they talk to each other, the way they treat each other. I feel blessed to have those people around me. This is something in the first 50 years of my life I never had when I was looking for relationships for myself. But when I started getting involved in helping other people with their relationships, mine just flourished. And this is the thing that drove it home, that when we work together, we achieve so much more.
Absolutely. And as I look at that little campfire in your background, what's coming to my mind is, it's like the sticks that are burning together. And then if someone should decide to, they can pick a log from that and just go and start a new campfire somewhere else. It's like having communities of warmth and conversations. And those conversations around a campfire are always so relaxed. And, it could be cold night. It could be a pitch dark, cold night, but then those conversations keep you warm and you remember that because your energy is at a different.
That's it. The conversations go much deeper than what you would have down the local hotel or something like that, or at a cafe, for instance. You get into very deep conversation. As I said, it's got that warmth where people then draw together. But as you also said, that somebody can then take a piece of, a stick that's burning from that, walk away, it lights their passage to where they're going to, and then it can light the fire where they are then. So they're actually taking a little bit of everybody with them in that process.
Yeah.
But they haven't taken anything away from anybody in the process either. That's what I love about Smiles. It's a two-way street. Whenever you give, you always receive at the same time.
Absolutely. So, a little bit about myself, and I don't know where Scott is. Do you have any questions for me, Alan?
Yeah, usually when we're on a call with Scott, and at the end of it, it's he's controlling everything. So where's that button? Technology is not he's not his best friend.
No issues. So basically, it's been a few countries that I have presented the Smile-A in person, and however, webinars, loads and loads of them. What I am looking, so to answer to connect with what you were saying earlier, where would I like to take this? I guess I want to collaborate with people who are doing something with a smile. So, for instance, I see a Dr. Smile over here. I'd love to maybe present over there. Like I wore the yellow socks to when I was presenting at the World Happiness Fest in Miami 2023. And like you said, it's great conversation starter, good fun, and great facilitation over there as well.
That's it. I love going into groups. Usually I've got a pair of socks or a couple of pairs of socks in the jacket pocket, and then get into conversations with people. But it's seeing somebody who just needs that smile at that time, and that's the one that we gravitate to. But it's been one of the things that we found that the smiles were infectious and they traveled on. There were people that we gave socks to, and then we'd hear back from somebody else would see with a pair of socks, and they got it from that other person because the other person saw that they needed it even more. So then we were able to give a pair of socks back to that person who now had the socks to go back and give to the other one. And it just keeps going on and keeps growing.
It's chain reaction. It's like a ripple effect that you've created. And that's really, really lovely. Yes.
Yeah, but having the groups and that all over the world coming together, because that's my ambition, is that anybody can come into the Campfire Project as long as they're respectful of everybody. And if they do that, then, well, if somebody tells their story, and that's the opportunity for everybody to be able to share the story they've never been able to share before. From there, if they were coaches, if they were running their own groups, even better, because we'd then talk to them about their group. So now people knew about them as well. So we were able to advertise other groups around the world, out to the world as well. But also I had an ulterior motive. When we get people in panel discussions, they get to know each other at a deeper level. And when you've got leaders of other groups, anybody who's running a group, they're going to be under pressure at some stage. And how do they support themselves? Who do they turn to when they're under pressure? Well, if they get to know other groups of leaders around the place, the end result is they become together and they're able to then support each other. But that also means that it brings their groups together as well. The leaders last longer in what they're doing. Their groups also grow and last longer as well. And we start to create a global community where everybody's just connected.
True. And I think the one time where we weren't able to be connected was COVID. So one of the experiments I had done was everybody's wearing a mask, you can't see their smiles. So I would literally go around smiling from behind my mask, looking at people in the eye, and the moment we'd make eye contact, I could see that little crinkly stuff going up, and I'd know the person was smiling back at me. So it's beautiful how a smile is very reflective, it's contagious, and it's just very reassuring for me. So I'm going to quickly, I need to be leaving in some time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly run you through what the SMILE stands for, Alan.
Yes, please.
And to the listeners who are watching this on replay perhaps later. So when I come into a space, whether it's corporate space or whether it's one-to-one coaching, so a little bit about myself, I am a master practitioner of neurolinguistic programming, hypnotherapy, and timeline. I am also certified as a coach with the International Coaching Federation. I am a double PCC, about 2,000 hours plus to my credit. And so when I walk into a room and I'm doing a training, it's about helping people get from stuck to unstuck. So I say, you start with gratitude and add acceptance to it. So it's gratitude and acceptance. And I say acceptance comes when you smile. So S stands for silence your mind, because there's so much going on in your head when you're in a difficult spot. And then there is M, which is manage your attention, because we have a tendency to think about the negative instead of the positive first. So you make a conscious effort to manage where your attention is going. I is identify the intention, wherein why should you move from one place to the other? What's your intention in doing that? A lot of time people who are on diets, they fall back into the normal shape and size because they don't really know why they're doing this. So, or at least they've thought they want to do this for a wedding that's coming up or a holiday that they want to look good on. Once that's over, the motivation is gone. It's not about good health. So once you kind of sit down and align your intention, you make progress. And L is let things go. I think the toughest of all, because in every seminar, every workshop that I've done this, everybody gets stuck on L because they feel that, why should I let it go? Because letting go is all about forgiveness. It's about labels. It's about the deep core work, right? So when I talk about forgiveness, everybody says, but why should I forgive? It was their fault. So I take them back to S, where I say, please silence your mind first. It's like a loop. And then you have E, which is energize the possibilities, wherein, what is that one step that you're going to take so that you move forward? I was at a spot, 2017. Smile was created 2016 for TEDx. 2017 was when my children left for university. I lost Papa, and I didn't know where to go from there. It was rough on me. It was very, very difficult. I was showing up for some of the projects that I had committed to, but very heartedly, and wasn't really doing a lot of productive work. So that's when, again, children are so amazing. My son asked me this amazing question on, what about accountability, Ma? I know you don't feel like doing anything, but what about accountability? Because that's what I always taught them. So I said, okay, great. What can I do? And that's where that project of doing a daily video on Facebook live started. Because as a coach, I understand it's just one small action that you really need to take. So I started doing a daily live video, and I carried on that project for 1,551 days. Hashtag connecting the thoughts. I did this on Facebook. I did this on later on after 900 days. Also started relaying on LinkedIn as well as YouTube. So all of them together. But I didn't have an end goal in mind. It just started with wanting to support myself, and then it kind of, like you said, you focused on yourself, but then when you started focusing on giving and being part of other people's conversations and hearing from them, so many things about your own journey kind of evolve and change.
Excellent.
Oof, that was a lot to say.
It's brilliant though. But there's a lot in there. Just on the area where you mentioned about forgiveness and everything, because people don't realize that if somebody, if you're taking a response to somebody's behavior and then you're holding anger and everything towards that, it doesn't affect them at all, but it does affect you. And it's not so much, why should I forgive them? Or why should you punish yourself for the rest of your life? That's the question that should be asked. And it's a matter of letting it go. It's all about letting it go from yourself. The other person's not going to change. It's not going. They don't even know what you're feeling. But as long as you hang on to it, well, what's the old saying? It's like taking poison and hoping the other person will die. It doesn't work. And so you carry that. But, so one
The
thing you
example
mentioned.
sorry, the example I give very similar to this is when you hug a cactus. When you're holding on to something that's hurting, someone else hurt you, but you're hugging a cactus and you're actually hurting your own self and saying, "No, I'm not gonna let go. This cactus is mine." So, it's a
the other
choice
thing
you
I
made.
always say is holding it, holding all that stuff inside in your head and everything else is like having that poison inside your head and it's not paying rent. I've got this attitude, if they're not paying rent, they can get out, so get out of my thoughts and everything else. But one thing I do want to go back, and by the way, Scott, you and Daryl nicked off for a while, so I've just taken over, so don't worry about it.
Well, we've had the most awesome conversation backstage you guys missed out on. So, but listen, before you jump into
I've seen your faces so long and that I've got the better looking face next to me.
And on that basis, and to leave you with a big smile, I really look forward to some more time with you, Rika, and we can get a chat.
Me too. Let's connect.
Share some stories. I love the smile strategist. That's what we need. We need more of you. So you'll need to cookie cut that model so we can have one of you in every country in the world. As always, to my fantastic members of the board of the Business of Smiles, my mates, brothers, I love you both, and thanks for allowing me the opportunity to be here and share a smile and a yarn. But I have a daughter who's not going to be smiling if I don't go and pick her up from work. So I'm going to have to love you and leave you here and enjoy that. Scotty, text me at 2:00 in the morning. Manchester United's got a game on at 12, so we can be back to do the close-off session with you if you want. I might not
Who's
turn
Man
up
U
with
playing?
Well, look, they're playing Sunderland, but that doesn't mean it's a guaranteed win. So I may not turn up with a smile. So I might need a session back in celebrating smiles to put another smile on my face, because they haven't been doing anything about making me smile lately. But fantastic to see you all. Enjoy the rest of your conversation. I'm sorry I can't hang in for the rest of it, but I know you're all in each other's capable, loving, caring hands. And we got some good props too backstage about how good
I can't wait to share it.
Go Aussies, but I'll leave you with that.
Yeah.
Got to go. Love you all. Talk
Take care,
later.
Daryl. Love you. I hope you are smiling.
Yes.
Before you jump back in, Scott, what I wanted to go back with something that Rakia said before. When you talked about when people, when you had your mask and everything else on, and people, the little lines up there. This is something I really love to tell women, in particular, mature age women. Those lines, when you saw those lines in their face, you could see that you knew they were smiling. How did you feel inside?
Oh, fantastic!
And how did those people look?
Amazing. Like,
yes.
I'm maybe see the world maybe a little bit different to most, but I always see opportunity, right? And when people were wearing the masks, you really got to focus on people's eyes. You really got to pay attention to the detail and the movement and the genuine look in or smile. And I tell you what, it is such a beautiful thing. Like I talk about the Botox of life, right? You fill your life with stuff. When you fill your eyes with stuff, you don't see the life.
Exactly.
And the life in somebody's eyes is the magic. That's the thing. And I would encourage as many people as possible to keep them natural, to keep you the essence
Definitely.
of you.
Yeah, see, this is a message I've got for the mature age women, is that you only get those lines from being truly joyful of life, and you get the muscles so tight around the eyes that you create those lines. When I was growing up, I had an uncle that used to say that beauty's only skin deep, but ugly goes all the way to the bone. Well, those particular lines on the face, that is beauty that goes all the way to the bone. If any woman who's got those lines, when I look at their face, I see true beauty, because you're not only just seeing the aesthetics, you're seeing what's the heart that's inside, the person that's inside. So the ladies out there who are thinking of getting Botox, please don't.
Yeah.
Don't, exactly.
Stay away from it. Because every time you see those, the whole face lights up, the eyes sparkle, the whole bit. And even if they were wearing a burqa, you could still see the eyes, and you can still see the happiness of that person.
Absolutely.
And what is happening to you there, Scott? Your desk is going down.
I just feel like standing up. So I thought I'd take you for the ride. So
I thought you were going down to the cellar.
Never a dull moment, isn't it, with Scott? Never a dull moment. Why should
I love
there
it. Well, I do want to share that, right? Because and that is perfect and on point, because literally what just happened was one of the most amazing things. We dropped out. Technology sometimes does things and we can't explain it, and it happens, right? So I took the opportunity. I've dropped out. Great. I'll go to the toilet, come back. And then I had the opportunity to speak to the amazing person behind the scenes, Amy. Amy's been behind the scenes for 20 hours making sure this happens. Amy's in the Philippines. Amy has an amazing heart. And she shared a story about how important connecting with Ken was, and how important a smile is to her life, and how much more what's the word I'm really looking for here? How much more it's gifted her in life because of that connection. Both Daryl and I sat there listening to Amy, connecting with Amy, touching hearts with Amy, looking Amy in the eyes, and sharing that genuine smile. And it comes with love. We dropped out, and I'm sure you had a beautiful conversation. I just know that you would, because we're open-hearted people, right? So it would be beautiful.
It was
But the
good fun.
magic, I can only imagine. But sometimes, if we just let things happen and stay in those moments and create a connection wherever we are, more magic happens. And now I get to come back and connect with you both.
On that note, I kind of
You're
need
out.
to. So sorry. I could go on sitting here forever. This is such a lovely conversation, and I'm sorry that I have to go, but thank you for having me on board. It was absolute pleasure, honor actually, to be invited to be a part of something so special. And I am so looking forward to the amazing hearts that you touch, the lives that you change, and keep growing as a person. Thank you. Thank you.
From all my heart, Rakai, thank you so much for being somebody in my network that I can call upon to share a smile. Stay tuned. Next year, we're going to do something very special. It's time. It's time for us to come together in a bigger way, right? So, with all my heart, thank you
We
for
should
coming on.
actually take our respective smile, the business of smiles around the world. Maybe we should connect with people who are working on, because I'm sure there are more people who have a smile as the core of their business. Let's figure that out. Let's look through LinkedIn. Let's put our heads together and actually do something about it, because it's been on my bucket list for a while now. But yeah,
Same.
let's do this.
So we'll take the smiles club.
Come to Dubai, and then I come back to Melbourne. We do things together. We'll find another place.
Let's just
We'll
do a
plan
global
this.
tour.
Yeah, we'll do
So
a
we'll
smile
get it
tour
done.
Brilliant.
Yeah,
around the world.
yeah.
And we go
All
to
right.
US as well. We go to whoever's hosting this. We go.
Ken would kill us if we didn't go to the US.
So yes, thank you, Ken, for having me
Yeah.
on board, and thank you, everybody. I'll see you
Yeah,
guys
beautiful.
around later.
All right,
Bye-bye.
take care,
Yes,
Raka.
thank you so much. Yes.
All right, beautiful. Okay. Papa, now you and I. Now, this I've actually been looking forward to because you and I have been on a pretty significant journey, and I, we got some time, right? And I would actually like to share a little bit more about the impact of what a smile does. Like our smile, we share in sock form, but it's not the socks that is the smile. It's the genuine connection we create. And we've had some epic adventures. I'm gonna lean into first before we go into Lismore, because I think Lismore was one of the most extraordinary things ever. And I'll lean into it a little bit, and just in the aspect that in Lismore there was huge floods, quite a few lives lost, a lot of devastation. Like it's the worst that ever been. And through that region, it actually flooded 2 meters higher than ever before. So it created absolute devastation. But I want to lean into something that was was one of the best projects I've ever done, which led into creating Smiles for Life. But our 12 days of Christmas.
Mhm.
This was amazing. I I'm a very passionate community member. Both Papa and I, community is everything. It's the backbone of everything. Papa's one of the few white men that's done Indigenous or Aboriginal rites of passage, to the point where Papa is considered an elder in Indigenous communities, something that is an absolute privilege. So to have him on this journey, and maybe if we may even lean into a little bit of that a bit later too, if that's okay with you.
To a degree, yeah. Yeah.
To a degree, yeah, and yeah, just a little, not
It's respect, yeah.
correct, and that's
And
because
that's the
otherwise,
foundation of everything we do anyway, is respect. Yeah.
correct, and oh, see, even that's a beautiful thing, and I could go in 1,000 directions with that. But I'm gonna come back to the 12 days of Christmas.
Mm.
Now, it was nearly 4 years ago now, so it must have been just
2020,
after COVID,
mm.
2021, 2022.
22, Christmas
Was it? So
2022.
okay, so we we got together some money. So my home community at that point was Frankston, and
Mm.
Frankston's a beautiful community, but it's the end of a train line, and there's a lot of rough sleepers. It's on the beach. It's a really nice place to be at Christmas. We don't have white Christmases like you do over there in the US. We have a barbecue. We put a shrimp on it, no? Or a
Mm.
prawn. You guys might know them as shrimp, but we put prawns on the barbie, and it's a really beautiful time of the year. But it's also a very dark time of the year for a lot of people. A lot of people on their own, and so what we did is we fundraised enough to get 2,500 pairs of socks. Now, the story behind the socks is not just a pair of socks, right? These days, they're actually manufactured by Elite Socks. Now, Elite Socks, um, there's a bigger story to why I won't get socks made anywhere else anymore. Um, it's a very personal story. Chad, who's the director and owner of that business, it's a very personal connection. I won't dive into it at this point until he's ready to discuss it. But it's really important. Like the socks, it's not about the socks; it's about the connection. So we needed $25,000 to do 2,500 pairs of socks, and we raised that money. And then for 12 days leading up to Christmas, we walked the streets of Frankston connecting with community members. Now, we set up our base across the road from the train station at the Bayside Community Kitchen, which is next door to the Methadone Clinic. So the Methadone Clinic was where they dispense all the methadone for the heroin addicts, ice addicts, and so you get a lot of people that are pretty down and out coming through the Bayside Community Kitchen, which is by design. It's there to give a coffee and a sandwich or a bit of food to anybody who wants it, but more importantly, be there for a conversation. That was our part in it, which was an amazing, amazing thing. But to walk the streets for 12 days and to connect with community members, not just here's a pair of socks, thanks, from my heart to yours. It was to have genuine conversations, get a better understanding of the community. Papa, you came down from Newcastle, which is roughly 1,400 kilometers, so 1,000 miles, to come down and be a part of it. I'll let you take it from there.
Oh, well, it was 12 incredible days. And by the way, just to add to the situation with Frankston, Frankston held the world's record for the number of days in lockdown during COVID. They had the highest number than anywhere. So you can imagine, people in the States or anywhere else where you were living at the time, if you found the lockdowns difficult, you can imagine what they had felt and what the community was like down there. But the thing that we found walking around, the number of people who, the way they responded to us when we walked in, we went everywhere. We went into shopping centers, we went into food malls. The thing that I really loved the most was seeing some people as they walked past us, because we walked around the same area for several days, but when they walked past us, they'd pull their trouser legs up to show the pair of socks that they got previous days before. They were still wearing them and feeling so appreciative that people, and they felt seen. They felt that they actually were recognized by people. They weren't on their own. As you said before, and that when you give a gift like that, it's not just in the moment, what goes on from there. We've had people, I remember walking up to in a little back lane there was a woman with a young daughter, a young woman, her daughter was a young woman as well, but she'd been cutting, she'd been doing a lot of things to herself, and the conversation, just the way that you went up and connected with them, because as I was saying before, when you weren't on the call, it's when you go up to somebody and you say, from my heart to yours, I'd like to gift you this, that you come down to their level, you connect with them, and that connection, I was watching their faces because, I'm a profiler, so I sit back and I like to observe. You're the one who has the real gift of being able to go up and get the conversations going. And so I'm sitting in the background watching this, but I'm looking at their eyes all the time and watching the way they connected to every word that was coming through. That was extremely special. I know that you had further conversations with them after that, days and days later. That went on for some time. And I know you had a major impact on that young woman's life as well. But the fact that we walked up to so many people and, we'd hear their stories. You go up to, there was a guy there with his young kids, and we walked up and we, gave a pair of socks and, thanked him for doing the best that he could. And he said, well, what are you talking about? And we asked, well, do you make the best decisions with the information you have, or do you deliberately make bad ones? Do you try and do the best job you can raising your children and everything else? He went, yeah, of course I do. And you could see the way they look in the kids' faces that, that was definitely true, because the way they looked as well, it was really a connection. But when we gave him the socks and the look on his face that somebody actually acknowledged that. There are too many people going through life at the moment, doing everything they can for everybody else around them. And in the back of their mind going, does anybody notice? Well, when they realize that somebody has noticed, especially when it's a stranger, the impact that has on them is absolutely incredible.
Yeah. Like I sit here and I smile. Like I live it. I always have socks in my car. I always have the opportunity. And I think one of the most magical moments that's happened recently. I had a big day. Come back. Little man and I were coming back. I don't remember where we were coming back from. Anyway, went to the chemist, come to the chemist. And we're coming back, and there's a guy on the side of the road. We're turning left. There's a pub across the road. So for those American pub, hotel, where everyone's drinking, like a bar. It's a bar. Okay. We're about to turn left. This guy's in a dark place. You can see it. The police across the road We're turning left, they're turning right. They saw him. They looked at him. They drove past him. I turn left and I look at him. And Oscar looks at me. He goes, "You're not going to stop?" I said, "Mate," I said, "I'm exhausted. I haven't got the energy." He goes, "Dad, who else is gonna?"
Mm.
So I went, turned around, come back, parked the car up, make sure Oscar was safe. And I walked over and said, "Mate, just want to thank you for doing your best right now." Gave him a pair of socks. Had a conversation. He was sitting there trying to pick which car to jump in front of. So we sat, had a conversation, checked in with Oscar. I said, "Mate," I said, "is it okay? Can we take him home?" It's like, "Of course, Dad." I can't tell you how many times I've done that. Where I've been there in the moment at the right time. You're right, and I can't. I love that I was held accountable to my son. It hurt that I was too tired, that I didn't want to do it. What hurt more is that we as a society didn't. We keep driving past each other. We keep riding past each other. Because we're exhausted. We're exhausted from life. We're exhausted from the pressure of externals. But if we just stop, take the time and do what's important and connect with people, we're going to fill our hearts. I'm grateful I've got a 14-year-old that holds me accountable to these things. Right?
On that, with Oscar holding you accountable, I'd like to come back to that in a moment. But after you'd done that, you'd gone and spent that time with that person, even though you said before you felt exhausted, you went back, you spent time with him. How did you feel after that, especially when you took him home and all the rest of it? How did you feel?
Proud of Oscar. Proud, grateful. Very, very grateful that I actually stopped. I actually took the time and did that. Oscar and I actually went to the fish and chip shop after that, sat down, grabbed some dimmies and dimmies and tater cakes, and we had a conversation about it. And I thanked him. I said, "Thank you so much for keeping me accountable to being me." And I go, "What do we need to do here, mate?" He goes, "I don't know, Dad. I don't know. But are we responsible?" That was a great question. And I went, "Are we responsible?" The answer to that is yes. We actually are. We're actually responsible for one another because in our communities, we all affect one another. The sole reason why like Papa and I are doing amazing stuff inside the Campfire Project, and I love it. And the conversations you and I have had in there with people are just extraordinary. But one night I'd actually spent all night keeping two guys here, like not in the Campfire Project. I do a lot of work with suicidal men. I'm doing a lot less now, and I'm trying to do less. Yeah, because it's not. I don't want to be downriver. I need to be upriver fixing the bridge. So
That's it. Stop the flow.
Flow. But I spent all night keeping two guys here from around Australia, and one of the things that I like to do is I like to wash off the energy. I like to go down to the beach and actually just get in the water, hot, cold, doesn't matter, and just let the waves come and just wash it all off. This morning, I went down there and a young guy had just taken his life. Here I was out there looking after everyone else around the world, and I wasn't looking after my backyard. Here we're having a global conversation about, smiles and what's important. But are we looking after our own backyards? That was the day that I stopped. I said, I don't live in a global community. Yes, I have a global community, but I don't live in it. I need to start with my own backyard. And that's when I had the heavy focus on Frankston, and that's what brought us into the 12 days of Christmas. Because like, what do we need to do? How do we need to connect? What do we need to understand? When we understand our direct community first, that was one of the most fascinating things that came out of that little journey. Was I went round to all the businesses to ask for their support. It was every single local business that supported me.
Mm.
Every single business that was a Australia-wide or global business said, "No, we're not interested, mate. We'll take your money, but we're not going to support the community that we're in selling our goods." And that opened up a dialogue inside me that just burnt a hole. How do we look after each other better? We've got Daryl, who does the Firefly Initiative, where they support volunteers. Now, it's always the little guys that support the volunteers, the little shops, the like support the local football clubs, these kinds of things. I need to look at things and go, how can we support the little guys a little bit more? Anyway,
there's so many
off
things
track.
so many things in there that come out of that. Because first of all, when I was asking you about Oscar and how you felt, that you felt so much better after it, but leading up to that, you didn't feel like doing anything. But there was Oscar. There's a whole lot of things that come out of this as well. Number one, he's 14 years old. You're his father. We learn from everybody. That's the thing, and having that open mind to be able to learn from everybody around us and taking that information in. So he was, as you said, he held you accountable on that. But the two, and you talked about global communities, we've got our local communities, but when we come down to those closer connections, that's where we need to start with that. And he did just that. He knew what you wanted to do anyway, what you would do when you've got the energy. And he already knew what you'd feel like if later on, if you didn't do something at that point. So he was able to recognize that. He then gave you that energy and that drive to go back and do that. That interaction then gave you the energy that you needed to go to the next level. So this is why we together is so important. It's those connections. This is where it all comes from. We can't do it on our own. And if we think that we can, that's just ego, and you're going to hit the wall at some point. I've learned from some of the youngest, I used to be a surf lifesaver, and I used to examine all the young kids who were doing their bronze medallions. And I'd ask them to tell me, what they could see in the surf. And I'd just sit back as if I was, really, I was the expert and everything else. And inside I'm going, wow, they were explaining things that I could never see before, because I was looking now through their eyes and not through mine. So everybody can be our teacher, and we learn from everybody. If we've got that open mind, then we're really focused on other people. That's why the Campfire Project's been so successful in its conversations to start with, was the focus was on the other person, to understand them, to listen to understand, not listen to respond. Because as they say, most conversations when you're talking to somebody, most people are schizophrenic because there's two conversations going on in their head. They're thinking about, when they're talking to someone, they're thinking about what they're saying. And when the other person's talking, they think about what they're going to say next or how they're going to respond, etc. They're not actually listening to the other person. It's all focused on them. But when you focus on the other person, your energy shifts completely. You're more open. You find you're sitting more relaxed and everything else. And I always walk away from those conversations fully energized, no matter what the conversation is about. Because if I can find what connects me to that other person, listen to understand, look for the similarities, the things that bring us together, then I can look at their differences without criticism and without saying, yes, they're right or they're wrong or anything else. I don't have to approve by what they may have done, but I now understand why they do. And that makes me richer in myself, and feel more grateful that I've had those conversations with people, that I've learned so much. And this brings a smile to me every time.
I'm wearing it. Like, it's one of the things that is, I think, the most beautiful gift in life is the opportunity to learn somebody. The human connection of taking the time to listen to somebody's stories and their experiences enriches you beyond anything else, and you see the light in their eyes, even the pain. Like, one of the not one of the things, one of the many things that I've experienced in life is sitting with people in significant pain. That, to me, is such a gift. Or when somebody shares what's honestly in their heart and they express that, and you get to witness that life experience, it enriches you so much, providing it's their story and you don't make it a part of yours. And the aspect of when we have the conversation, especially around the campfire project, and the background says it all with Papa, because the campfire project, the conversations we've had in there is both of our hearts are full of because of it, and our intention and our genuine smiles are enriched from those experiences and conversations. But listening to people, and I just had a beautiful experience with Amy backstage. I got to hear her heart. I got to hear the important things. I got to meet her kids. It was awesome. Those really beautiful, important parts create connection in me, gave me energy and love and light. And I think that's something that we can all do just that little bit better. Learn one another's stories. I'm gonna flip this into a little bit of wisdom, if you like. You've heard I walk the streets, I connect with people. And I always like to ask people, up behind me, there's lots of bits of advice, like keep smiling from Stuart. Without you, there wouldn't be us from Hugh. Thank you for doing your best right now, right? It will change from Alex. Life is short. Hang out with people that make your heart smile. I love asking people for one bit of advice. Every single person I've ever met has helped me become me, and I love it because they've all added value to my life. But if you ask somebody for their one bit of advice, you see them go through their experiences in life. And they go, oh, well, I don't know. And I said, you got something. They give you their bit of advice, and then you ask, why is that your one bit of advice? But I'm going to start with mine today. This one lesson changed the way I thought about everything. Nobody ever makes a decision to make the wrong decision. I'll repeat that. Nobody ever makes a decision to make the wrong decision. People make a decision to create the best outcome. Sometimes we get it wrong. Sometimes those decisions are horrible. But we always make a decision to make the right decision. What courage does, it steps into the questions of what made that decision the right decision? What happened that decision was made? Whether you're on the streets, whether you're running a CEO of 10,000 people and you've made a decision that's just affected a lot of people, there's circumstances that happened that made that decision the right decision. If we have the courage to sit there and explore those and find the fork in the road moment and then add a different perspective to it, we can create different outcomes. That magic is what I love listening to. That's the magic. I love sitting there with people and talking about the real things in life that have happened. So therefore we can maybe create a different scenario simply by understanding that fork in the road.
That's it. So when you have those conversations, and if you're not trying to direct the person on where to go, etc., but you're just facilitating the space so that they can then, as they're talking, start to listen to what they're saying. The number of times I look at someone's face and a light bulb, you can see it's gone on, but they've realized that their decisions at this point, if they now did something different at that point, everything changes for them. That, I think, is really magic when the person realizes that, because if we tell somebody what they should be doing, and let's face it, I know that at the moment on social media, somebody says something, starts to talk about something, I think the research has shown before somebody jumps in to tell them whether they're right or wrong or take sides, it's 19 seconds. Not much time to get any information. But when you watch somebody, if you just hold their space in the conversation, and they all of a sudden they go, and you can see it in their face. They may not have said it, but you can see that they've now realized a better way of doing things or a new way of doing things. And so move on from there. But as you were talking about, when somebody, never deliberately goes out to make a bad decision, when you talk about all these people who talk about having shame, I question the amount of people who are walking, when they say that I'm ashamed of what I've done. Do they have a right to say that about themselves? I know it works for a lot of coaches to say, let's work through your shame. But if you've made the best decision you could with the information you had at the time, and the results didn't come out the way you wanted, went haywire or whatever, and you say, I'm ashamed of myself, that's abuse. That's abusing your earlier self for making that decision. That is what you should be ashamed of if you're going to be ashamed of anything. The shame that you're carrying, you'll never get rid of that because it's got nothing to do with shame. So you're trying to fix shame that doesn't exist. This is the thing when you look at it and you go, right, I make the best decision. That's why that question, I love it. Every time we give a pair of socks to somebody, did you make the best decision, the best decisions with the information you have? And the answer is always yes. I've never had anybody say no.
Yeah.
And so that being the case, that anybody saying I've got all this shame, unless you went deliberately to do something in a wrong way, you've got nothing to be ashamed of.
But even then, they don't, like, it's a deliberate intention to create a best outcome for whatever their circumstances are, right? Now, I'll probably get thrown off air for this one, but I'm a long way in the trenches of trying to understand the opportunities in the Middle East, and I'm having conversations with Jewish leaders and also Islamic leaders. And it's an underground conversation in Melbourne where the fundamental guideline is mateship, where we sit, we listen with zero judgment, like in the aspect of this is somebody's story. You are not to interrupt. You are not to say anything other than to hear them talk. And we had this beautiful moment where a former Israeli soldier was sitting there with a Lebanese woman who was one when he crossed the border into Lebanon as a soldier during some horrific times. She lost family members in that battle. Sitting across from each other in conversation, 1 year old, losing family members, and he was one of the men. He goes, I didn't know any better. I am so sorry. I now know in my life that I can make better decisions. I just did what I was told. It is some very, very difficult conversations in this little circle. But the guaranteed thing that will be a positive outcome is we choose love. We choose to accept. We seek to understand. Somebody's story is their story. We accept it as theirs. We will ask questions to learn more. And then we will appreciate their journey, regardless of our internal dialogue, because we haven't walked in their shoes. You want to find an inner smile? Choose love.
That's it.
And love is not Hollywood. Love is a way of life. Love is something that's so intrinsically in you. Accept, understand, or understand. What do I need to understand? and appreciate. Find reason to appreciate. And what's this got to do with smiling? Why is this so important? Why are we talking about these things that are broad scope? We're talking about them because it's the inner smile that is always projected. You talked about it before in the eyes. The eyes do not lie. You can't hide your eyes. You can feel them, but that says more about you than it does not. You are uniquely beautiful. Your essence, your magic, what you bring to the world is so important. But to find your inner smile is everything. We've had discussions, Papa, about anything and everything. Like we've had the truth about drugs. You're talking about all the way through from using to drug dealing to the network marketing to what the real story behind them is. It's talking about death was one of the most beautiful conversations. Emotions. So I was sitting there with a death doula, a mortician, and a funeral director, talking about death. You couldn't get any better. I had to talk about with 5 women sitting there as a man. Does size matter? Does penis size matter? How do we know unless we talk about it? How do we know what's important unless we can find places to talk about them? We say we can't talk about politics, religion, but we do. We can.
Definitely. It's pre-framing the conversation so people know exactly what the conversation is going to be about understanding. It's not about pointing fingers. It's the old saying, when you point one finger, there's 3 fingers pointing back at the problem. So it's always okay. It's everything we've done. We've sat down with people. We've said, okay, well, how about we talk about this? And this is my intent. My intent is to understand more about this. What's your intent? If they got the same intent, we'd never have a problem with the conversation. And we keep reminding ourselves if, things start to come up because of people carrying pain from the past, we just remind ourselves at that point that this is about understanding. Now, as you use the word, you learn people. I remembered when I was, 16, 17, when I was an apprentice, one of the instructors used to come in each day and he said, what am I going to learn you today? And I listened to that and I thought, oh, that was bad grammar. And then several years later, it finally dawned on me that you can't teach somebody unless you're learning from them. So I'm a part-time teacher, but a full-time learner, even in my 70s now. But I remember one of the Aboriginal elders saying exactly that. He said, what I'm going to learn you today. And all the guys around us looking at him a certain way. And he looked at me and he saw the expression on my face. And he went, that's different. And I said, but I know where you're coming from. That's the difference.
You're no Tumbalonga.
Yeah, we won't get the English version of that one.
Oh, I love it. But it's so true, right? Like, how am I going to learn you? What do you mean? I want to learn you. I want to learn you. I want to. I think there's no better way to like. Like I could talk about the magic for a long time about the amount of conversations I've had with people where it's just, what's your story? What's your story? What do you mean? What's your story? How did you get to here? How am I sitting next to you today? What's happened in your life that this moment right now is happening? How do we create more of them? And what an awesome day, Papa. Like you and I are sitting here. It's probably what's the time? I don't know, 4 a.m. over there in the US, and we're sitting here talking about life and the internal smile and the important things. And I could think of nothing better to do with my time.
No. So this is the thing, I'm not interested in karaoke bars and that sort of thing. What I want to do is have intimate conversations because I am an introvert. Yes, I can get up on stage with lots of people, hundreds, thousands of people and speak and everything else. But the joy I get is when I have that intimate conversation with somebody, I get to find out more about them, what drives them, where they've come from, what their intentions are and all the rest of it, and get to really connect with them at that soul level. And with that, I don't think I've ever walked away from a conversation where I haven't had a smile on my face. And they've walked away as well with a smile on their face. And this is what it's all about. We took, today was all talking about smiles, and I thought, oh, we're going to come on and talk about smiles. How can you talk about just the smile itself? But what we've been talking about is the foundation that we create that allows us to bring those smiles through more freely. And that means having these serious conversations. It means being vulnerable and opening up. And for any man who's listened to this who struggles with being vulnerable, my whole attitude to that is that your vulnerability shows your true strength, the strength that others don't have.
You've just killed me, Papa. You've just said the one word I can't handle. You can jam vulnerability where the sun don't shine. I'm going to lean into this.
Yeah.
The true definition
the meaning
of vulnerable is open to attack either emotionally or physically. I will never, ever, ever ask a man to be vulnerable. I will sit with him as he shares a time in his life where he may have been vulnerable, but I will never, ever put a man into vulnerability. I will never, ever put another human into a position of vulnerability. If I do, I will step out and take them with me, right? Because I want to create opportunities where we can live with a courageous, open heart. The conversations that we have had in the campfire, Papa, they have been difficult.
Mm.
And no one was unsafe. No one was vulnerable.
That's right. See, the word vulnerable is not making a person feel vulnerable. It's really setting up a safe location for them, a safe environment where they give themselves permission to share their stories, which then shows that what other people would see as vulnerable. This is the thing when we look at the words, and that is really, well, the word hope. I've got a good friend of mine who says he lives with hope. And I know most people jump in on that straight away and have a go at the word hope. But for him, it's an acronym. And the acronym is help one person every day. HOPE.
I thought you were going to say, I thought you were going to say he lives with hope. Okay. Is he living with John?
Yeah, I caught up with him last weekend, the other weekend too, at a whiskey expo. And boy, did we drink some whiskeys. That put a smile on our faces. Put a smile on his face, especially when he watched me walking down the road.
Just just for a little bit of context for those viewers, we have a mutual mate by the name of John Hope, who's a beautiful human with a big heart. I love that man. So,
yeah,
Papa,
but see, this is the thing. Let's just focus on the word. Don't focus on the words that people are using, but ask what the meaning is behind it. What is it all about? What is it really that you're looking at? Because we're so quick to jump in and correct people on words, but your interpretation or what, I had 100 people in the room and every one of them said loyalty was important to them. I guarantee that every one of those 100 people will have a different definition of loyalty. We've got to stop focusing on the words themselves and focus more on what's the meaning behind it, what's the structure, what's the foundation we've put in. And so the words mean nothing to me. It's always what was the intent? What are we trying to create here?
yes, well, we're trying to create as many smiles and open-hearted discussions as possible so that we can live the best lives that we can too, right? Like I'm selfish as. I am so selfish. I want to know people. I want to learn their story. I want to understand them because that fills my heart. Yeah. So, yeah. Holy moly, Papa. We've been going for 2 hours, right? And we could probably go for a lot longer, but I don't know if there's anyone in the background. I don't know if there's anyone watching. I don't know. How do we find out if anyone's actually watching and listening? Is there a way to do that, Amy? Is there a chat we can educate people on, or where are we at? Hosts and panelists. Anyway, let's 2 hours we've been on here, Papa.
Well, we did have a comment there at 5:26 p.m. from Ken.
Kenny.
host and panelist, saying amazing, great job. But I don't know if we've had other listeners besides that. But yeah, let's face it. When have you and I needed an audience?
So, because we're a couple of hours in, Papa, I do have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you take a mushroom to a party?
Because it's a fun guy.
And who does he take to the party? The fun gal.
I don't know if anybody wants to, over in the States, wants to be waking up to Australian dad jokes at this point in time. I'll be thinking, what the hell has happened?
Oh, I do love it. I do love it. Giddy up. So, Papa, if you had to leave everybody here with some magic, right? And it's a Smile-A-Thon, International Smile-A-Thon, the first one, and massive kudos to Ken for putting this together, because like the team behind the scenes, like Amy, just a gorgeous human. Sorry, yeah. Yes, we can do a copy of this. I'm here, can't speak. So Amy's still with us. Amy, I'm so proud of you. How many hours in are you? How many hours are you in on this conversation? Because if we hop down, Amy might be able to get an hour or two sleep before she's got to continue on. Not counting. I love it. But Papa, I want to ask you something, and you have extraordinary wisdom, and you're someone very, very dear to me, and someone I can wholeheartedly rely upon, and that's very precious.
Thank you.
If you had to leave people with just one bit of wisdom for their heart, what would that be?
The one thing I notice all of us, we've all felt insecure. We've all suffered in some way. We all wear a mask. We all pretend we're not wearing a mask. We are a combination of all the experience, or how we responded to all the experiences in our lives. And because of that, there's a lot of judgment that we put on ourselves. As a profiler, I'm always looking at, because it's not just about the CSI type profiling, it's all about relationships and communications. So it's always looking for the beauty that each person's got, where their strengths are. Yes, we need to know the downside of our traits. We need to know those for the purpose of, well, how do we set our environment up so they don't get triggered? What careers, do we stay away from? What situations do we stay away from? Because they're not going to match our personality, our values, or anything else. But knowing where our strengths are. And one of the things that I love doing when I'm working with people is showing them, or facilitating and getting them to think of setting the situation up where they're able to see the strength that they actually have that I've already seen, but they quite often can't see. And when I see that, I then look at what they actually can create in their lives. And I'm looking at somebody right on the screen at the moment who's done just that as well. As I've said to you before, you've already done more than I've ever done in my life. You'll go do a hell of a lot more by the time you get to my age. And I know that puts a smile on your face. And I know the last time I said that to you, and I said, well, now I'll wipe the smile off your face. And I said that Oscar, your son, was going to leave you for dead when it came to that as well. And I knew at that point that was a smile I couldn't get off your face, even with an explosion, because that's what life is all about. For all of us to be able to be a leader, it's helping other people to come up and take over and do what we were able to do and do it better than we've ever done it, to make ourselves redundant in the work that we're doing. I raised 3 boys on my own from the age of 4, 11, and 12 when their mother moved on, left. But each of them now, when I have conversations with them, they're in their late 30s and mid and late 40s. And with them, they're coming back and telling me stuff that I've found out they did listen to me when they were younger. I didn't know, but they did listen. But I'm looking at the men that they've become, and I'm seeing what they're actually creating. And I could step back. I was their father, always will be, but I was the person who guided them in everything else. They're guiding their families now. One of the things I'd like everybody to realize as well is as we get older, our roles change. We go from kids, we go to adolescents, we go to teenagers, we become parents, but then we become grandparents as well. And for the older people who are listening to this, never believe that you've lost value. You've just transitioned into a new role and what you actually bring to the table. Like Ted Hughes, 99 years old when I interviewed him, the stories that he told and everything else. And I was so pleased that we're able to record that, an hour's conversation that then was gifted back to his family. For those generations alive at the moment, the generations to follow, could actually hear what his life was about, and they could learn from that. So his story that he had with me is going to be teaching generations and generations to come in his family. This is the thing that everybody's got value is the main thing I'd like them to realize. Greater value than they actually think that they have. And when they do, as you've always said, you want to become the best version of yourself. And if you're doing that continually, you always become better and better. You have no idea of what you can actually create in this world until you allow yourself to do it, because most people are holding themselves back. I did for 50 years. Now I've moved forward on that side of it, but I'm also so proud to have people like you around me who are moving forward and doing more again. So I know that, as they say, whatever you do for yourself dies with you, but what you do for others and for the community isn't always will be eternal. And it's leaving the place, the country, the world in a better state than you found it. And you do that by the interactions we have with other people. It's not about getting wealth and things like that. It's about the richness inside ourselves that we create and help other people then to create in themselves as well.
Isn't that extraordinary wealth? I love you, Papa. You've been such an important part of my journey, and I can't thank you enough for that. You've made me a better man, a better father, and I can't thank you enough for that. There's no greater gift in my eyes.
Never take away from you by I don't believe I made you a better man. I facilitated an environment where you made yourself a better man. That's what people need to keep that credit to themselves on what they actually achieve. I've had the pleasure and the honor of being your friend all the way through, and always will be.
I think the thing for me that's really important to a man's life, and probably a woman's too, but I'm going to speak to it from as a man, is to have opportunity, to have other men believe in you is so important. Like it's the conversation around like I'm very anti calling people out. I will not call people out. I will call them in. If something's of distress and there's something that we need to work through, I'm not going to point at you. I'm going to bring you to me. Come and help me understand this. This is what I'm seeing. Am I seeing it right? Can you teach me? Can you teach me what I'm not seeing right now? Let's call each other in. Let's give each other an opportunity to be seen so that we can grow together. That is one of the greatest gifts you've ever given me, the opportunity to be a part of it. And I hopefully keep pulling that forward for other people, because the problem isn't the problem, it's how we respond to the problem that causes the pain, the lessons, the opportunity, right? And if we invoke courage to support one another and be curious about what brought people to that point, then we're going to create opportunities that weren't otherwise there. That's when the eyes open up to a different perspective, because we've taken the time to seek more information and understand things. Yeah.
So when anything is said or happens around me, one of the things I always say is that you've got 2 ears, 2 eyes, 1 mouth. Use them in that proportion. But particularly with the mouth, when somebody is talking, things are going on, ask every possible question you can think of. Don't respond until you've asked every possible question. And when you get to the point you've asked every possible question, ask one more. And people say, how the hell can I ask one more? Damn simple. It's the same question every time. From what you've told me, this is what I understand. Have I got it right? Now, at that point, if you haven't, if you have, then there's a great connection. And in sales, this is brilliant, because the person knows you've been focused on them, they're caring. If it's in a relationship, the person knows that you care, etc. If they say no, that can even be better, because now you're not asking questions, you're into a deep conversation, because now they're explaining to you and you're getting deeper and deeper into it, and that brings you even closer again. So we're getting things wrong is not a problem. If you do it the right way, it'll actually bring you closer and into deeper conversations, and you'll both walk away with so much more knowledge.
Yeah, and that is
and
the truth.
understanding.
Yeah, which internally creates a better smile. You know, and that's the magic of it. Papa, I'm starting to get it to the point where my jaw's sore. Believe it or not. Like it's been an absolutely extraordinary experience to be sitting here having a conversation again. I really hope anybody who watches this has enjoyed us just create dialogue around what's in our hearts. Like there's we could tell you 1,000 more stories about Lismore, the journey of socks, and the importance that it is, and how much connection they create. But I think if anything, hopefully you see the connection between us, the connection that fills our hearts to create our inner smiles, that we support one another. That's what it comes down to, you know?
That's it.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks
On that
very much,
note,
Scott.
thank you, Papa. Thank you for everything. Thank you, Ken, for this amazing opportunity. Thank you for taking the time to listen to it. I want to say a huge thank you to Amy. Behind the scenes, mate, you're doing an amazing job, and giving us the opportunity to touch hearts with you behind the scenes was just beautiful. So thank you, Amy. So maybe Amy, you can close this out. I'll be back very early in the morning to jump on to help Ken close out. But from my heart to yours, thank you for doing your best right now, Papa.